everybody, and welcome back to Tales from the Archives Reverie. You look great today, and so do we, and I think we can all have a little applause about that. Let's get started the way we always do with some introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? I'm James. I'm your archivist and game master for Reverie. I use she/they pronouns. You can find me some places on the internet at Nice One James, other places at TTRPGay. It's like a fun scavenger hunt for you. You're welcome. You can also find me this weekend at your local Ren Fair. Is it running in your state? I don't care. I'm gonna be there. So watch out for me. Also, I have a serious plug that I forgot about until just now. You can also find me this Friday for the last time over on Critical Misses, doing some gay dragon writing nonsense for Warren. I know I've said that a couple weeks in a row, but it's real this time. It's real, and I will be there this Friday, and it's gonna be a great time, and I'd love it if you swung by. And that's me. Let's move on from there to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Stregonona or just Sapphic Strega or at your local thrift store, digging through all of the little bins of earrings like a freaking gremlin.
No, that's real. Incredible. Thank you so much, Diana. We'll move on from there to Grace.
Hi, you guys. My name is Grace. You can find me on Twitter at LMAO Grace with 2 E's, and you can also find me on my iPad. Yep.
Hell yeah. I'd love to know what's going on in there someday. Incredible. We'll move on from I'll never know. It's okay. We'll move on from there to Mara.
Hey everyone, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at College of Lore Dropout or Lore Dropout. Just search one of the two and I'll probably be there. And I love you. And also, when was the last time you read a book? You should do it again. Mwah.
I started rereading a book this week, Mara. You'd be really proud of me. We'll talk about it off screen, but I'm really excited about it. Incredible. Move on from there to Sweet.
Hi, I am Sweet. You can find me most places at _Sweet Stories. That's it. That's everything.
Oh yeah, you nailed it in one. You don't need
Thank
anything else. You fucking slayed it in one day.
Thank you so much.
And last but never least, Jess.
Hello everyone, my name is Jess. I use she/they pronouns, and you can find me on the internet at Sarah Slee. I also have butterflies on my face today. You're welcome.
Thank you. They're very good, and I'm obsessed with them. Incredible. Also, VJ is our stream producer today. Everyone tell VJ they're doing a great job in the chat. VJ, put your socials in there. We love VJ in this house and every house. Amazing. Let's move on to a couple of announcements. As always, be sure to follow us on social media. You can find us most places at Starlight Tales _ and a couple places at Starlight Tales. Specifically, check Twitter and also our fan Discord for weekly updates about our programming. It's just a really good way to keep an eye on what we're doing. But you can also find VODs of our past shows on YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube from the future, hello. I hope things are normal there, but I doubt it. You can also find us on Instagram and TikTok. Like I said, we have a fan Discord. It's a great time in there. If you want to come share your Monarch Ball looks, if you're all dressed up watching at home, we would love that in there. Or yell at me for any of the myriad of GM crimes I have committed, will commit, and continue to commit, today and always. Also, we have a Patreon. If you're already supporting us on Patreon, thank you so much. It helps us make all the gay trans content that we do here. If you'd like to support us on Patreon, we've got a lot of really cool exclusive content on there, from live streams to live readings of books that Jess and I are writing because we're crazy, to exclusive playlists and art time lapses. It's a really good time over there. We'd love to have you there. Also, if you're looking to buy any dice or tabletop accessories, be sure to check out our good friends over at Die Hard Dice. If you do get pulled in by their evil plan to give everyone really beautiful dice and accessories, it happens to the best of us. Be sure to put code Starlight10 in at checkout for 10% off your order. Also, be sure to come back a week from today for Tales from the Hearth Divinians. Folks, it's heating up. The gods and divinities getting crazy. There's robots. It's a great time. And most of the people you see here today will be there. And it's a good time. Also, 2 weeks from today, we will be right back here with Tales from the Archives Reverie, so don't miss us too much. Swing by Divinians if you really miss us, but we'll see you soon. And last but not least, if you're looking at the art on this layer and you're like, God damn, I wish that was my little guy. First of all, that's real. Second of all, great news, Jess and TT have their commissions open. And it's really good art, and I would just sort of give them my bank account information. I guess I can do that. I didn't have a butt, so I'll get on that when we're on break. And I think that's all for announcements. Did I miss anything? Hell yeah. Then without further ado, let's settle in, crack open tonight's chapter of Tales from the Archives. Hello everyone and welcome back. I'm so sorry, VJ screamed "kill it" at me and it rewired my brain. Thank you so much for your patience as we talked about fairy books behind the scenes, because the thing about me is that I talk about my special interests constantly. Anyway, let's talk about the last time we were with our party here at Tales from the Archives Reverie. Last session, we were reunited with our whole party again, and it makes me very warm to think about it. We checked in first with Camille, who was hard at work to make sure that everybody at the Monarch Ball is going to absolutely slay. In the process, however, discovered that the small fragment of the dreaming that she had taken, a little teeny tiny magic dragonfly, had seemingly come to life even more than expected. I would say broke out of the bottle it was encased in, but it just sort of charmed its way out, if we're being really honest, and began leaving little stained glass patterns of light across their fabric as the malleable magic of the dreaming, changed to be what Camille might want it to be. And then very shortly changed into a baby dragon, because who doesn't want a baby dragon in their house? You know what I mean? After that chaos, we popped in on Elise, who was doing what every royal archivist does best, assigning tiny mouse accountants turned piano players to a spy detail on an incredibly shady member of the government. Obviously. With Herb on the case, Elise then returned to her normal duties, scolding people for being too loud in the library. And from there, we followed the rest of our party as they attempted to process the news that their future may not be quite as certain as they'd anticipated. Our entire party met up shortly after, though, and truly and sincerely chaos ensued. From mental breakdowns about potentially unstable career paths and upcoming coups, to genuinely unhinged fashion shows, to coaxing the fragment of the dreaming to turn from a cheetah into a small, much more easily managed corn snake. Very important that we all know his name is Barry. Once the panic and chaos had somewhat receded, our party sat down together to gather their thoughts and come up with a plan for Camille's approaching dinner with the hand of the king and his wife, their ex. And for the treason troop, there was no solution quite like a classic case of breaking and entering into a really highly important politician's office and house. And while Camille and Farah headed over to Marigold and Leander Payne's quarters, the rest of our party split, with Alia and Elise turning invisible by way of Tavia Tide's magic, and sneaking in the door behind the two, and Lark and Luca turning into birds and making a roost out of Tavia's shoulders. Eventually, though, our entire party managed to end up exactly where they needed to be. Camille seated at the dinner table with Farah, Leander, and Marigold, and the rest of our party just managing to break into Leander's magically sealed desk drawer and beginning to sort through the contents within. We are going to pick up with my little party of thieves, my treason troop thieves version, if you will, as you break into this drawer. I guess my first question for you is there anything specifically that you're looking for, or would you like me to just kind of start going through some of the stuff in here?
I think Elise is probably gonna yank Tavia over and hand him her phone and be like, just, I don't know how my camera works, but if you could just start taking pictures of everything for me to review later, that would be great. And, like, going through and making him take photos so I get a copy of everything. Yeah. Truly
phenomenal energy. When you grab Tavia, he, like, very quickly suppresses a scream because you are invisible and it scares the shit out of him. But once instructed, they will absolutely kind of get... There's, like, a little bit of muttering of, like, what the fuck is wrong with this holotransmitter? As he sort of navigates, like, a brick of a phone. But they get there. He's a pirate king. He figures it out. And yeah, absolutely. I guess I'll also follow-up question. Are we going through the drawer now? Are you taking the whole drawer? What's kind of the vibe here as you open this drawer and see just like a stack of documents and bundled parchment tied up in ribbon? And there's a lot of shit in here.
Gotta take the whole thing, huh?
Take the whole thing.
Slay. Yeah. Are you just reading any of it now? Or are you just kind of taking it all, putting it in your pocket?
Can I do a skim of like the first few kind of like pieces of paper?
Absolutely. So when you say the first few, are you looking for like the most recent stuff or just whatever's on the top?
Just what's on top, yeah.
Slay. I think what is on top in this specific little burst then, you see there's one like piece of parchment that's kind of folded in half that looks like a lot less worn than the other paper in here. I think you get the sense this is like the most recent edition. And then underneath that, there's a very thick file, and then there is a bundle of like folded pieces of parchment that are sealed as if they're letters, and they're tied up with a ribbon. Okay. Which one are you looking into?
What's the new piece of like parchment? Like,
yeah, you open up this piece of parchment, and you actually, I think, instantly recognize your father's handwriting.
Fucking
And when you open it, it is kind of sealed with the like official seal of the king. And I'm trying to
Mhm.
copy paste it, but the thing about Notion is that it doesn't like it when I do that for absolutely no reason. I'm gonna put it in the chat here, but I will also read it aloud. So the little note that you find looks very hastily scrawled, and it says, "Leander, I cannot explain it, but something is coming. I can feel its approach in the fabric of Everglen, like the changing of the leaves before winter or the first fallen raindrop before a storm. I have been haunted by the shadows that lurk in this kingdom's history for many years, but despite my continual efforts to stave them off, it seems somehow they are closer than ever before. Should something happen to me or this kingdom, I trust you will consider it your duty to do everything in your power to see my wife and children taken somewhere safe, even if that means removing them from the planet entirely. You are a clever man, so I am certain I do not have to describe at any length the seriousness of both this command and the fate that will find you should you fail. I will not lose them again." And it's not signed, but it's clear who it's from. And kind of attached to that letter, there's a very small, like a fantasy sticky note, dare I say. There's a very small note in, I think, a handwriting that, no, you would recognize Lander's handwriting. I think he's handed the king. That says, it looks like a reminder. It says, "Burn this note in the morning," and then there's a second bullet point that says, "Find a way to get royal physician to check on the king without arousing suspicion."
Hmm.
Oh shit.
And yeah, that's a top piece.
I think like Lark's eyebrows like furrow very deeply. You just like hear
Mhm.
them kind of mutter under their breath again, and they kind of keep like flicking through like the first few pieces of paper. What are these like worn pieces? Like, I think based off of like, okay, I recognize my father's handwriting. I recognize Leander's handwriting. Like, if I'm just skimming through the rest of this parchment, like,
Mhm.
what is it handwriting that's like mostly recognizable to me as one of these two people, or is it foreign to me?
So the little bundle tied up of letters tied up with a ribbon, you instantly recognize this handwriting. This is Rose's handwriting. And I think at a glance you recognize it very quickly as almost every, if not every letter that has been sent into the Monarch estate, like copies made over the last 14 years, really. I think the one at the top is probably one that went to like Laurel. It's like very vague. I think you get the sense that Rose has always known this is an option, and so like it's not like, and we're gonna be here at this time next Friday, but it's just about like, you know, it kind of plans for the baby, for her baby, and talking about Laurel's baby, and there's like a little sketch in there of like the kids and of Rose's garden and of a nursery that like different, like the parts of the walls have been swatched with, you get the sense like the paint that Rose is planning on painting the nursery so that Laurel could get a sense of like what it looks like and what it will look like. It's a very like domestic, not super crazy letter, but there are a lot of letters in here, some to you, some to Flora. It's a lot of letters.
I think Lark's hair like kind of shimmers with that kind of summer golden sandy
Sure.
ginger energy.
Yeah.
I think I kind of like. I think I is Alien still invisible?
Yeah.
Great.
I think that as Lark is like reading through these and going on a fucking face journey, I feel like they kind of feel a little bit of like that like warm kind of sunshiny presence like up behind them, like reading over their shoulder just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
She's much slower, but she's getting there.
Also, Tavia's over your other shoulder, desperately trying to take pictures of everything that you're very quickly leaving for. Just for fun.
There's a lot of stuff here. We don't have time to go through it all, but we should take all of it suddenly.
I am worried that if we take something, there are magical ways of locating, and it could lead them to us.
Exactly, and I mean, I imagine he'll already know that someone's in this office since we dispelled the enchantment on the drawer itself, but if things start going missing, then that could raise some alarms, and it seems kind of, she kind of like flicks the little sticky note, that he is already on his guard.
Also, I don't mean to make this about me, but I do think that if a bunch of really sensitive information goes missing from this office, I am probably gonna get put back in jail, because I just don't think they're gonna look at anyone else for it.
That's
And like if that's like I can deal with that, I just feel like we should consider that in our.
okay. So what if I keep going through this stuff? Like a lot of this stuff is like letters from Rose. Like what else am I seeing here in terms of like what's been bundled up?
So there's also a selection kind of near the top of what looks like diplomatic letters. Some are sealed, some aren't sealed. I think some look a little bit older. There's one very recently from the Dusk Court. There's one from the Herald. I will say also, if you guys want to
see the Dust Court's insignia and just like hold
me
it up
that
slightly.
Incredible. Yeah, we'll cover
Let her
that. I'm
disappear.
assuming you're opening it right now.
Fuck yeah.
Slay. So we'll do that first then. So there is a letter here that seems to be in response. It's like a drafted letter that seems to be in response to something from Orion Lunar, who was the former Duke of the Dusk Court, but ceded his throne to Aurora, raised Aurora and Astra. You would know Orion fairly well because the Celestial Court's kind of stick together.
Okay.
Very nice person.
Yeah.
Very level-headed person. And this kind of drafted letter, like, pleasantly but very firmly insists that it's like in response to what seems to be like an insisting on Orion's behalf that like there needs to be some kind of meeting between the two courts to discuss the future of the Dusk Court's involvement with Everglen. And this draft back seems to be like very politely like trying to defer it to like talking about it at the Monarch Ball, and like there's a little bit of like deflecting, but like in a very political, like we'll talk about it kind of way. And there's sort of like a section here referenced that gives you the sense that I think Orion has not threatened, but said something to the effect of like, if the relationship between our families is as strong as you insist, that it should be no trouble to make time to see us. Like you get the sense this is a conversation that has been happening and is starting to become a little less pleasantry and a little more what the fuck.
Yeah. This is like politics question about the Celestial Courts. Like, so is like Aurora she hates Ambrose's ass and does not want to be part of Everglen anymore, which I completely understand. Is this like a recent development? Is this like something that she is kind of just been like hinting towards people? Is this something like a drum that she's been banging on for a while? Like what would I know like the vibe, and then also what Orion's like hot take on that is, if he also is like thinks this but is taking kind of a softer approach, or if he's like trying to temper her, like kind of what's the deal?
Yeah, absolutely. So you would definitely know, as someone who was once slated to be the heir of the non-Dusk Celestial Court, that like pretty frequently, like every 10 to 20 years, honestly, people start kicking up again about whether or not the Celestial Courts should be independent as they used to be. And it's not like from without Aurora, it's not from a like fuck Everglen, fuck Ambrose standpoint. It's just from a, we used to be ruling kingdoms together. The moon crashed. Being part of Everglen was great for rebuilding. We're kind of ready to return to being our own kingdom. And there's a lot of dissent in the Celestial Courts about whether this is something that like the people want. And Aurora kind of just like picked this up and ran with it in the wake of Astra's death. So like this definitely is not something that Aurora like invented. This is something that's been kicking up, and Aurora has started to very strongly believe, partially because of her feelings about Ambrose and the way that Astra was treated.
Right. Gotcha. And then
let me answer your Orion question really quickly.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm asking too many questions, getting too many answers.
No, you're good. Yeah. I love when my players have questions about the things that I said, so like don't apologize at all. I'll just forget otherwise. I think you would know Orion in most matters, not even specifically this one, tends to be a voice of like kind practiced neutrality. Orion is someone who very much like weighs both sides of a conflict. He's a very like fair person, even when things like don't like even if the fairest option doesn't work out like in his favor, he will advocate for it. I think you would know that like hearing this from Orion is a little bit new. Orion is like in the past has sort of been very like what the people want is more important than what I want about the situation. I think seeing Orion take a stance about it, something must have come to his attention, something must have changed. Because like even if he was just advocating on Aurora's behalf, as he occasionally does as sort of like an intermediary, this kind of passion, this sort of like, well, if you like, come on, let's do it,
Like, you gotta,
is not a tone Orion often takes. So
Okay.
there's something must have come to light about the situation or has changed his mind in the situation. And
Okay.
yes, your next
My
question.
one tiny little follow-up question is, I'm
That's okay.
outside of now this letter and the conversation that I had with my dad last session.
Mhm.
Have I heard anything about that kind of sentiment picking up in any significant way recently?
Since you haven't been living in the
I haven't been
Celestial
home.
Courts, I would say
Yeah.
I don't think anything is like necessarily reached your ears. I mean, I think that like very gradually over the hundreds of the 760 some years since the shattering, it has sort of picked up slowly and slowly. So like I don't think it necessarily would surprise you
Okay.
that people are like starting to kind of pick up on it. But I mean like you haven't heard anything, your dads haven't said anything
Okay.
to that effect. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Good to know. Nice.
Hi. Of
Just
course.
silently,
Anytime.
invisibly reading.
Hell yeah, and I love that for you. Just there's just a floating letter in there.
I think
yeah.
next like we'll kind of like whatever papers remain, we'll kind of like split them in half and hold half of them out to Elise.
Mhm.
Kind of like in the air, like Elise, you're a faster reader than I am.
Beautiful. So there is a collection of like letters and notes. There's also a fairly thick file, which is going where? And the file's like at the bottom.
I'll probably like give the top half to Elise and keep the bottom half.
Amazing. So at least we will give you the little collection of letters here at the top. You find you actually sitting right at the top, you see a letter from the Herald to Leander, informing him of a very specific Pirate King's repeated requests for a meeting, dated a couple of months ago. That's like right on the top. I think Tabia takes a picture of it and goes, figures. So for once, we've seen the letter. That's like right on the top. You also find some of Leander's notes from the most recent Privy Council meeting, which was just that morning. A lot of it is like irrelevant. Like there's a at-length sort of note taking documentation on a conversation that the Viscounts and Ambrose had about like whether the Warden of Drake speakers in the Winter Court should be allowed to begin another round of recruitment, or whether everybody there should be reminded that Dragon Riders signing up to serve in their court should not expect to be transferred to warmer climate courts the moment their probationary period is concluded. This was a very, very extensive and unnecessarily back and forth conversation about that. But there's a couple things in here that like pertain to the business that you guys are looking after. You see there was an update from Kivara Truthseeker, the High Inquisitor of the Arcane Inquisitors there, about the efforts to locate Threadweaver. The general kind of gist of the update is that the Inquisitors are continuing to monitor for magical signatures that could indicate its use, but seemingly have not found anything since the reported use by Oliver Treeborn. There's a little bit of like information in there about like documenting like Ambrose's kind of knowledge about it because nobody else has knowledge of it. So at the very least, that has been put on paper. There's also a little bit of information here of Kavara updating the Privy Council on information that the Inquisitors have uncovered about Threadweaver, and namely that were it to be used on a grand scale, the Inquisitors believe the effect would likely take a decent amount of time to spread from court to court, which would hopefully allow a gap of time between detecting it's being used and its effects reaching the monarchy to allow for action to be taken to stop or intercept. And also that Threadweaver's fate-changing ability can only be used once per soul, and doing so demands a monumental sacrifice. So the Inquisitors believe that it is far more likely it was stolen to be sold or used as a weapon, and less likely for its fate-changing abilities. That's what they believe. Yeah, there's like a little bit of like back and forth about like what that period of time is that would pass, which the answer is like it's sort of unclear and it depends on the ability, but like changing fate on a large scale, the sacrifice it would take to do it instantly is not something a mortal should have accessible, and so it should kind of like roll itself out slowly over time, essentially. Lastly, in this little Privy Council note section, there's a little update from the Viscount of Defense, assuring everyone that the breach in defenses has been rectified, referring to the Tavia incident, and will not be an issue during the Monarch Ball, and that they've brought several new guards in to compensate for any holes in the rotation schedule. And also, there's a documented repeated protest from the Viscount of Defense about allowing Tavia Tides to accompany Lark, but is very quickly shut down by Leander. And there's this sort of like condescending personal note from Leander in here, like essentially making fun of the Viscount of Defense for like overstepping his bounds. A lot of this is a little kind of tongue-in-cheek commentary, but there's also like serious note-taking in here. That is the Privy Council notes. There's a few other things in here, but do you have any questions about that? I know I'm handing everyone a lot of information.
No, I think that's good. I'm
gonna give you
Louise is
more.
Just making sure that everything is getting a photo of, so they can review later and take notes on. Yeah, some of the like more detailed stuff about like the meeting where it's like, and remember, just because you pass initiation doesn't mean you get to go to the warm places to do your job. Like that kind of stuff. She's like, whatever. But like really focusing on like stuff about Threadweaver, stuff about Tavia, stuff about the dreaming if there is any like hot button issues first.
Yeah, absolutely,
Can I
absolutely.
Can I just check? So Oliver's name was like written down or mentioned?
Yeah, specifically in reference to the previous use of Threadweaver, because nobody else on Everglen, as far as the Privy Council knows, except for Ambrose, is aware of its usage. Ambrose has, not extensively, but has documented it so that the Inquisitors know that Threadweaver has been used on Everglen soil, even if they don't remember it.
Okay.
Amazing. We will then move on, unless anyone has any questions, to the file that Lark has. Sly. If anyone thinks of any questions, feel free to interrupt me at any time. So you pull out this like very worn, very thick file. And I think you open it, and the first thing that you see, probably get a little bit jump scared if I'm being so real, is a detailed list of observations about Crow Cult operations and movements for the last handful of years. It's nothing like crazy. There's no like insider knowledge, but it's pretty detailed, pretty specific. And I think you also are very easily able to discern from that's what you already know, was that a lot of these come from the Vipers. So there's like a long, some of them are letters. It's mostly like notes being made, like very short of reports from things that people have seen. Underneath that, there is what looks to be a collection of notes on Emil Akron, the last of which has like entry, which has their status in the Wretch King's domain. Doubtful they'll surface again in this lifetime, if ever. There's also underneath that in a detailed copies of correspondence between who you would know to be the previous Hand of the King, not the one before Leander, but the one before that, and Emil from about 14 years ago. I'm going to send you these letters, and I'm also going to read them aloud because they're a little long. This is the first one. Nice. I just made it under Discord character limits. I forgot about that when I was writing it. Incredible. So the first letter, in a handwriting that you recognize as the former Hand of the King, says, to the enterprising young Prince of Gloom. It is my sincerest hope that this missive finds you in fair spirits. My name is Viscount Cirrus Vesrin, hand to His Majesty King Ambrose of the Oaks, Archfey of the Eight, and Sovereign Protector of Everglen, and I am writing to you on behalf of His Majesty and our kingdom to discuss a matter most urgent. As I am certain you are aware, His Majesty's eldest daughter has found herself ensnared in the pretty trap you and yours have laid in the galaxy's darkest reaches. And while I could commend you on your recent success in this venture, I fear that warnings must win out over pleasantries for the time being. After all, while there are certainly many in the expanse who are eager to watch the squirmings of creatures caught, reminding the galaxy that even royal blood stains in mortal shades of crimson can nurture an interest in seeing more of it spilt. And while I am certain we can both agree that such an outcome would not benefit our mutual interests, I am also of the belief that far more favorable deals can be struck. If you would be so generous as to return the lost Lady Roisin to us, I can assure you that His Majesty would be very glad to see you rewarded fittingly for all of your efforts. You may, of course, explain her disappearance in any way you like short of death, and the other competitors are of no concern to the crown. As a token of our appreciation, we also have sent a small gift alongside this letter. A cloak gifted to His Majesty by your grandfather when he still reigned. Given the circumstances, it seems only right that it find its way to you. May it not be the last precious thing to return home during the course of our correspondence. With hope, Cirrus Vesserin, Hand of the King. Underneath that, there is a response from, I think, a handwriting that you don't recognize. Let me send that to you as well. The reply reads, Hand Vesserin, what an honor it was to receive your letter, and more so your kind gift. Having a token of my family's rightful rule means more to me than you could know. Truthfully, I've been wanting to reach out to you for some time, as an alliance between our two crowns has always made perfect sense to me. Roisin was never keen on the idea, but seeing as our newfound friendship is forged in our mutual concern for her well-being, I'm certain she'll forgive me. Speaking of which, plucking them free from the depths of the ant farm would be impossible for most, and believe me, you are not the first to try, though you might be the first to bother saying please. Lucky for you, I share your interest in seeing them freed. The fool who threw her in there to start with only did so in an attempt to teach me a lesson, and it is my deepest regret that Roisin paid the price. If it is any consolation, so did he. Tenfold. With that said, if the masses trying to put a stop to this whole affair see a competitor get out, I'm certain they will find a way to become an even more irritating thorn in my side. Give me a few days to put together a plan and execute it. In the meantime, I am certain that our favorite princess will continue to be a symbol of the strength of our two royal houses. The moment she is freed, I will write to you. Yours in dutiful friendship, Prince Emil Akron. Underneath that letter, kind of attached, there's a note from Ambrose that says, once Roisin is returned home, instruct this arrogant whelp in the dangers of dealing with the Fae thoroughly. And then underneath that, there is a series of letters from the former hand to Emil, pressing for more information on when exactly Rose would be freed, that become more and more threatening. As far as you can tell from the stack, they don't receive a reply. And through all of these letters, Leander has made a lot of notes, very carefully, not to write over any of the lettering or disrupt it. But it almost seems like he's analyzing the places where he believes the former hand went wrong, or strategies that might have succeeded in getting what they wanted out of the situation. And it's really academic in a sense. And then at the very, very bottom of this stack, there's some notes with some shady pictures from the Eliac Empire and notes from when Rose first started spending time with Emil. There's some shady pictures of her in the Eliac Empire before the ant farm. And yeah, that is what's in this file.
Okay. Yeah, I just make sure that pictures of every bit of it is taken.
Absolutely. Luca, what are you up to while this is... You're a bird.
She is a bird. I think she's asleep on Tavia's shoulder.
And I love that for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting jostled every couple of seconds because Tavia's walking back and forth from Lark to Elise, then stopping briefly at Alia's letter to get pictures of everything. So it's almost kind of a nice rocking sensation, to be honest, because they're going back and forth and back and forth. Yeah, you having a nice little slumber?
Yeah, I think she's chilling.
Yeah, and but I love that for you. Incredible. My friends in the office, is there anything else you are looking for?
If that everything in the drawer, I think Elise is just gonna get a quick scan of his bookcase and just get a just judge him a little bit for what's on there. Do a vibe check via what's on the bookcase.
Yeah, it's a lot of there's a decent amount in here on Everglen history, but a lot more about the Shattering, the Castellan Age, the history of the Parodic Council. There's the book that I mentioned kind of earlier that's sitting in this plush chair that's sort of earmarked about halfway through, is entitled The Shattered Six, The Tale of the First Pirate Kings. It seems fairly worn. You get the sense that this is something that Leander has read before and is currently rereading. Yeah, it's, I think, a lot less Everglen history than you would imagine.
Okay.
Yeah, he's sort of got the dad's World War II fixation energy with the Shattering and the Parodic Council and the Castellan Age and all that. Yeah, that's kind of the bulk of it in the bookshelf.
That's all for Elise then.
Oh yeah.
Can I try and look for anything else that's what this current hand has been doing, in terms of dirty work for the king?
I think with sort of like the grand scope of everything in this drawer, I think you get the sense that Leander is not doing much dirty work for the king. I think you get the sense that Leander is doing a lot of the official work, a lot of the like above board, like interfacing with nobility and like answering letters and sort of scheduling things and intercepting letters that don't need to go to the king. And like there isn't much in here except for the stuff with like I think Rose and the Crocults, where you go, "Ugh." Like it's mostly kind of what he should be doing, to be so real with you.
Is there any stuff about this guy's, correct me if I'm wrong, grandfather?
Um,
And Karina Crimson and like that kind of section of history, like recorded here?
not in the drawer. I think with that knowledge, you get the sense that a lot of the books here, being around that time period, are probably for him to be researching it. Yeah, I think if you want to, you get the sense through all of this that Leander is the note-taking type, and the note-taking emergence type. If you would like to take some time to flip through some of these books and see if you can find anything, you can. But there's nothing in. You get the sense the drawer is for like hand of the king business,
Sure.
like diplomatic, kind of private information, sensitive information. That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Investigation?
Yeah.
That's a 13.
13. I think you go through a couple of these books, and like it's a lot. It's a big bookshelf. And I think you like managed to catch a couple of notes in margins here and there with like mentions of Barker Payne, and I think you get the sense with a 13 through all of this that Leander is like trying to put together a framework of the man who ruined his family's credibility so he does not repeat the same mistakes. And I think that like even looking at like a lot of Leander's notes on these like letters from the old hand of the king to Emil, all of this very much who was just desperately trying to redeem and is obsessed with not repeating history in a lot of senses. I don't think you find anything with a 13 like specific to like Karina Crimson or anything like that, other than like a handful of notes about like the founder or the inspirational founder of the Crimson Blades or anything like that.
Okay.
But yeah. Alia, are you doing anything else in this room?
I don't think so. I think that she's kind of just really like sitting here and pondering this letter and everything else that they've kind of figured out. Just
Sure.
she's going on a face journey, but nobody can see it. So, you know.
And I love that.
Yeah.
My question to my group, are you taking anything or are you just taking pictures? Just so I, the GM, know.
I feel like we should probably return everything to where it was as best we can remember because, like I said, he's already on guard, and last thing we need is more people around the halls when we're trying to be sneaky.
I agree. Hell
Yeah.
yeah. Whoever is attempting to put this back exactly as you found it, can you make me a history check to recall exactly in what order everything was? Because you surely did empty this whole drawer.
Mm-hmm.
I will give you advantage because all of you are here focused on this task at the same time. But whoever wants to make that.
I have a +7. Does anyone else have a higher one?
Elise has a plus 11, so
Go for it.
Go ahead and roll that with advantage.
a 13 and a 14, so that's a 25.
25. You feel confident that you are able to, at least to a level that any sane person would notice, get everything back into the exact order that it came from. You put that, even like the book that you were looking at goes back in the same place that you left it. You are able to close the drawer. Are you doing anything to hide what's happened to the drawer, or are we just sort of closing it and hoping for the best?
What do you guys think?
If we don't know what specific spell or type of magic was used on it, then I don't know if we would really have much luck putting it back. Kind of feels like we broke that one.
I do think that there will be suspicion aroused because we broke the magic, but spells fail sometimes. If everything is as it should be.
Can I make an Arcana check to see if this is something I have any chance of recreating, or secondly, and probably more likely, a chance of kind of like covering up or like doing some additional magic to paint a picture of, instead of this like drawer being broken into, of like the magic kind of like being faulty in some way?
Yeah, make me an Arcana check.
Hmm. 19?
19, I think you can't figure out how to replicate this effect. I think because 19's good, I think you are able to locate like a spot in the like enchantment where if you can find a way to reasonably disguise damage to that, it would explain the failing of the enchantment.
Okay. So wait, sorry. What do I have to do for that? Like, do I have to reverse engineer a spell, or I have to like damage the spell, or?
So what you would have to do specifically is make some kind of damage to this rune that does not look like someone broke in and damaged it. I think with a 19, what occurs to you most is it's like close enough to the chair that if you can make it look like the chair like hit it really hard, maybe that would be enough, or like scrape some of the finishing off. But yeah, I think that's the main thing that sticks out to you here.
Did Aelia have an idea?
I mean, we could all leave, and then Luca, kind of looking over to the sleeping bird, could make it look like a bird got into the room and kind of went ham on the furniture.
Sure, yes.
That's all I've got, really.
I mean, I think a creature coming in and messing things up is probably more likely than this very particular person scraping their chair against a desk or something, as they are very,
Okay.
in their ways.
I think I kind of like give like Luca a tiny little nudge with like my finger.
I think she wakes up and like bites your finger.
Please, it's just me. It's me. Do you want to kind of go crazy?
She starts flapping those wings.
Wait,
Oh,
before
okay.
you do, I think we should all leave.
Yeah.
So that if they hear a ruckus and come to open the door and they see a bird, there are not also people in here.
That's probably wise. Yes, let's get out of here.
I agree.
I'm assuming I'm climbing back out the window.
I think so. If you can.
Lark, do you want to be a bird again?
Yes.
Or something?
Okay.
Kind of, Tavia like points into the room in the direction where he thinks the two invisible folks are, and they are not at all in that direction. So he just kind of points at empty air and goes, "You guys, you window."
Well, I can see the ground, so I was just planning on face stepping. It is,
okay, yeah.
story window, right? Is it a second story window? We established
It is
that,
a second
right?
story window.
Slay, that's under 30 feet.
It's a 15th story window.
No!
If it's second story, it's 18 to 20 feet according to U.S. building codes. So actually, it's fine.
Incredible. Is that your plan as well, Aelia?
Yeah, I'll do the same.
Slay, absolutely. Then as Tavia like kind of lifts the window again and begins very carefully climbing out. I won't make you guys make a check about it. I'm not gonna pull an ant farm and throw you off of this building. But all of you are able to easily scale back down. I would love a round of stealth checks though, to avoid any unwanted attention from those in the garden.
Oh, nice.
My invisible friends, you do have advantage.
Oh. I have a +0, but I did roll an 18.
Slay.
23.
13.
13. That's okay. Combined all together, Tavia got like a 33. So combined all together, the average of it is fine enough. You guys are able to sneak off. Before we cut back over to Camille, I would love to hear, Luca, what your plan is to go fucking crazy in this room.
I think she just starts. This is like her dream come true. I think she just starts doing laps around the room and squawking a bunch. I think she like pecks at the. It's a chest, right?
It's a drawer, yeah.
A drawer. I think she like scratches the shit out of it with her little feet and her little bird beak. I think she tries to knock shit over. I'm assuming there's like shit to knock over in here.
Oh yeah.
And she kind of like kicks stuff off like desks and like if there's like a book in there, I think she like opens it and like tears
so
it up.
many. Oh no, you're tearing his favorite book apart, you monster.
Yeah.
Would you do me a favor and make me a deception check with advantage to make all of this damage look like the product of just a crazy ass bird? And you can use your stats because you're wild shaping, so you get to maintain your
That
mental
is a
stats.
19.
19. Okay, you feel like you've done a suitable job of trashing the place. And as you are sort of finishing up your damage, we're gonna cut back over to Camille. Camille, you have had a delicious dinner full of some of the most awkward small talk I think you've ever engaged in your life. It's like eased a little bit as we are now sort of entering the dessert section. As sort of everyone has like settled slightly into just sort of the situation and has finally processed it past, oh my god, I'm having dinner with my ex and that's crazy. It's not comfortable by any means, but it's like this, you know, you are 4 people sitting at a table eating good food and drinking a lot of wine, and sometimes that's life. Is there anything specifically you think you're talking about?
I think Camille is doing the thing of like, life is great. Life is great. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. You know, like she is doing a lot of amazing things. I think she did pick up a lot of stuff after the breakup, because I think Camille is very much like, I'm gonna throw myself into everything 100% to like not feel. So I think she's done a lot of actually cool things, but it is very much so like you know. And what about you? You know, how's life? Just the marriage? That's great. Like, you know, like...
Sure, yeah. I think Leander does not pick up at all on any sort of intended like subtext of this. Like, if there's any intended shadiness, he doesn't pick up on it. And he seems like really genuinely to like enjoy hearing about the things that you do. I think what you kind of get a lot from this conversation is that Leander is a very like genuine person with more like awkwardness in a social setting than you would expect from someone who's like the hand of the king. But like, see, if anybody at this table is anything close to comfortable, it is Leander, and it's just because like they're genuinely just really happy to hear the things that you have to say and interested in the things you have to say.
I think
Marigold,
Camille in that is like, she will find herself in moments where she's actually enjoying talking to Leander and then be like, what the fuck? Like, sure. like not, I wanted to hate this person. And realizing like, okay, well, they're actually kind of nice, adorable. That's good for them. But like, she's struggling with herself.
Yeah, I think that so in the way that like you are like begrudgingly kind of enjoying conversation with Leander, I think Marigold and Farah are sort of engaging in like an uncomfortable glaring match every like 5 minutes or so, mostly on Farah's behalf, and Marigold kind of just looks like she's gonna like just drink as much wine as she can get her hands on in a like appropriate way. Marigold is very interested in the things that you have to say. The awkwardness, if like in the way that Leander is the closest to comfortable, Marigold is the farthest from comfortable. They're sort of taking up the 2 ends of the spectrum here. I think Marigold's shoulders stay rigid the entire time. I think like the polite smile remains fixed. It's a very careful facade. And I think you see like, actually, would you make me an insight check? I'll give you advantage because you were very close to Marigold.
Oh, shit. insight is such a fun tool. Goodness. 26.
26, slay. Yeah, Pamali's not in this house.
No.
Yeah, on the 26, I think that you recognize that, like, as you're talking about some of the cool things that you've done and, like, the adventures that you've had, I think you see a part of Marigold, like, she's trying to hide it, but there's, like, half of Marigold that is so, like, genuinely happy for you, and there is half of Marigold that seems so, like, heartbroken that she's not with you. It's a very kind of bittersweet thing that she is hiding behind a very carefully plastered like facade of like a polite but not overly interested smile. Yeah, I think you are able to pick up on the source of a lot of her anxiety, which is just the affection she still has for you and like the happiness that they still want for you throughout this conversation. Yeah, I think you also kind of get the sense that like Marigold is not disinterested in Leander. She is more interested in what you have to say than what Leander has to say. And whether that's the product of like they live together and she's probably heard the stories before, or like you're not sure. It very easily could be either. But like she tries not to look it, but when you speak, she hangs on your every word. Is sort of the vibe that you get. And Farah just kind of doesn't like her. So like Farah like engages pleasantly enough with Leander, but it isn't like rude to Marigold, but isn't really like, you know Farah to be a very warm and loving person. Farah is not that person when Marigold speaks. Farah is someone else entirely. And
Me sweet the person, I'm like, I want to tend to everybody in the room right now, but Camille, if anything, I do think
Camille is feeling.
Camille, gosh. I think she is frustrated at the fact that she can't dislike Leander the way that she thought that they could. And I think as the night kind of continues, I think realizing like how kind this person is and how nice like it might be to engage with a person who's like that. They're so different than her. I think it's like she's watching a lot of like how Marigold interacts with Leander, because is that what you enjoy more? Is that what you like? Like I think she's feeling a bit more like boastful throughout the night as well, like trying to like dissect that in her brain and seeing how Marigold interacts with them. And then I think a part of her too is like feels guilty of the way that Farah is interpreting the night as well, like putting them in that situation. But Camille cannot accept fault, so she is like, I think she's doing that really unhealthy thing of like, I don't know, like everyone chose to be here. It's not, this is where everybody wanted to be. Everybody wanted to be in this predicament. I feel like she's trying to find ways to justify, because she's feeling like so guilty. And I think throughout the night, she's like, her eyes keep going to Marigold in a sense of like trying to puzzle out what's going on over there.
I think that as you sort of like your eyes kind of like flick towards Marigold, I think the first few times it happens, Marigold, Leander's in the middle of telling this like really animated story, and I think that like the first few times that your eyes move to Marigold's, she doesn't meet yours, and it's just sort of like focused on what Leander is saying. And then I think like at a certain point, like you glance over, and I think she glances over with you, and there is just this like shared moment where like the facade cracks just a little bit, and you catch like a glimpse of that mixture of emotions, and then very quickly she like drops her eyes, takes a sip of her wine, and continues looking at Leander. And it's while this story is being told, I think that that dessert begins to get served. There are these like beautiful, perfect little apple tarts that have been sliced very thinly and put together to look like small roses. Thicket serves yours with like shaking hands very carefully. And then kind of looks at you and gives you like a yeah once he does it and walks off. And I think Leander is sort of at the end of this very long-winded story. But goes, and at the end of all of it, you would not believe this. The Marquis Hersign, as they were walking out, just these little tarts were spilling out of his pockets. The reason they were missing the entire time was because he'd been taking them for some reason. I have no idea why.
You're saying the Hersigns are thieves as well?
Yes, it's not like they can't afford to have it. I think they just don't want to go to the trouble of sharing the recipe with their staff.
I see. I thought it was going to be like a thing like, people who have a lot of money, they just can't help but stealing from convenience stores. It's just the thrill of just taking something and like, what is it called? There's a name for it. What is it?
I wouldn't know.
Yes, kleptomaniacs. Yes, I believe that's the term. Yes, interesting.
Fascinating. I mean, they were very delicious, don't get me wrong. It seemed like perhaps not the right approach at the Monarch Ball last year. It was a choice.
It is.
Strong choice from the Hersigns. Mm-hmm.
God. Well, I hope everything's okay with their finances for them to be stealing hors d'oeuvres.
I mean, judging by, it kind of like picks up his wine and gives you like a very like conspiratorial look, and he goes like, judging by the fact that Mrs. Hersign's dress was last season, who's to say? And like takes a sip and then puts it down. He goes, not that you didn't hear that from me. I would never speculate.
Do you keep up with the seasons?
Perhaps a bit.
Oh wow! Goodness gracious!
Marigold told me not to mention this, but I'm actually quite a fan of your designs. You're very talented, you and your family.
Oh God. Leander, flattery will get you everywhere with me.
How do you think I got this position? Of course I know that.
Is that how you got the position?
No. I wish that's all it took, I really do.
Interesting. Okay.
It would have been a lot more simple than the sort of political climbing it took.
How do you find working with Ambrose?
I think you watch as like Leander's sort of very like casual, like, oh, you didn't hear this from me kind of demeanor, like shifts to a slightly more like, I am the head of the king and I need to answer this appropriately. I kind of think he like sets the wine glass down very intentionally and like straightens a little bit. Because
I think her back straightens up too as they start sitting up a little bit. She's like, oh.
Yeah. I mean, of course, working with His Majesty on matters such as the affairs of the kingdom it can be stressful at times. But His Majesty is very generous in especially allowing me the time to adjust to the learning curve of stepping into such a prestigious position.
Yes.
Truthfully, I'm very fond of the position. I like it a lot. I think it moves at a pace that is really nice for me. I enjoy it. It's definitely not for everyone, but
I can imagine, and I know not anybody can fill those shoes.
Oh well, thank you for that.
Do you like work with the Inquisitors at all?
Times. I mean, they have a representative on the Privy Council, so I interact with them fairly frequently, but my affairs tend to be more delegating people to follow up, unfortunately, than getting to go and tour the house myself.
Oh. Gotcha. Interesting. Tour the house. Interesting. I actually would love a tour of the house, now that you've said that.
Of this house?
Yes, I would love to see everything here.
Yes, of course, absolutely. And kind of like is halfway through like extending his hand to Marigold to say something. Will you make me a perception check?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. Perception. Okay, that's a 12.
12, that's enough. You hear a distinct muffled crashing from inside one of the rooms to your right. And you see he's sort of like halfway through and he stops and he goes, "Did you hear that?" And Farah, like, I think for the first time this evening, like really sits up and like guard mode switches and he goes, "I did hear that. Are you expecting, do you have any guests over other than us?" And Leander goes, No, that's my study. I should probably, Marigold, would you mind giving Camille a tour? I'm just gonna pop in, and she just, oh, yeah, yes, of course. Is everything all right? Should we be concerned?
Far is a very good, the very good guard, one of the best guards out there, great with the sword. So if maybe they should go with you, Leander.
Yes, I will. I will accompany. Kind of like stands very formally and like has this big ceremonial sword that they haven't taken off. That they are now actually like kind of gripping the handle in a much more defensive and a lot less like casual way than they have been. Kind of like looks to you. Camille goes, maybe stand over there just in case for a moment. I don't know. I'm certain it's nothing, but just in case.
Oh, no problem. I'll go the opposite direction. I'll wait for you there.
Perfect. And you see Leander and Farah will stand from the table and go kind of like sneak. Are you like staying to watch this ruckus? Are you kind of trying to sneak off?
I think Camille is like, God damn it, they got caught. So she's like, I'm going the opposite direction. I got nothing to do with that. If they're
Incredible.
caught, that's not my business. So
And I love that for you. Yeah, absolutely. You can stand as they're sort of like standing outside the door, like talking in hushed tones, getting ready to open it. Marigold will also stand and go, right, a tour. Well, you saw the entryway, of course. We recently refinished the wood in there, and of course, kind of like motions up to this portrait that I cannot for the life of me remember if I described last session, so I'm going to describe it again. Over the fireplace in here, which is like a beautifully painted portrait of Leander and Marigold, kind of like her seated and him standing, and it's like beautiful. Not the warmest, most like romantic thing you've ever seen, but beautiful. And of course, we have a lot of recent decor as well.
Wow,
I can.
that's lovely.
Thank you. Yes, we
The
had it commissioned.
furniture as well, very new, very, very.
Yes, I've been trying to make it a bit more homey, I suppose. I think Leander was very much accustomed to using a lot of his spaces in a sort of political receiving manner, and I'm trying to make it a bit more comfortable, I suppose, a bit more homey.
You've always been good at decorating. So.
Thank you. It's a tall order here, but we're making progress. I think I'm going to swap out these rugs. It's the red and the brown. It's nice, but I think if we do something light to like warm the space up, kind of make it feel a little more open. I don't know. I have a lot to talk about, but yeah.
Marigold, you
Yeah.
You said something earlier that's been stuck on my mind a bit.
All right.
You haven't had any other guests?
Oh no, I mean it's just it's been such a whirlwind with moving in and sort of trying to adjust everything, and as I mentioned, a lot of this was sort of more for receiving than it was for receiving in the like formal political sense, and less so in the having people you care about over sense. And in truth, there's still a lot more work I would like to do, but no, because of those renovations and of course Leander's very, very busy schedule, we haven't had much of a chance to have anyone over. So you're the first. Welcome.
I think in the past, whenever Marigold would kind of like ramble like anxiously, I think Camille would soothe in those moments and like give reassurance. But I think here she just kind of like lets her ramble till they get to like a button. Because so may I ask, why was I the first guest that you invited?
I mean, honestly, it was sort of an impulsive. I don't mean to say that I didn't think you would come in the sense that I don't want you here, because it's been actually a very surprisingly lovely evening. I sort of assumed that I don't know, it felt like the thing.
No.
Sort of. It didn't seem like we were exactly on dinner party with the new spouse. So I'm glad that we are. I just didn't think that that was something you would be interested in, and it really I wasn't. It seemed like a thing to say, I suppose. But I am kind of like reaches a hand out almost as if she's going to touch your hand, and then very quickly kind of like pulls their hand back and folds it again. I am very glad that you're here. This has been nice. It's been nice to hear about all the things you've been doing. You seem happy.
Marigold, I've never really been able to say no to you, so I don't know why you would think I would say no.
I think you see she like looks like she's gonna say something, and then just sort of, right. Well, I would offer you a tour of Landa's study, but unfortunately, I don't know what. And I think kind of turns over her shoulder, and I think you look up and you see like the door has opened. Farah and Leander are in there, and they just sort of see like in the dark, in the dimness, this like wild flapping of wings, and like Farah's on one side trying to like corral this bird, and every now and then you just see Leander's like arms waving wildly. We'll get to that in just a second. But it seems like chaos, but they're like communicating well, and just right. So not the study. Maybe it's the study last. Maybe.
Sure.
It's
Yeah, sure. If you wanted to lead the way, that'd be fine.
right. Here, why don't we? And kind of like walks towards this area, this like balcony kind of area, and opens the door. And I think when the door is open, you can see that like this like grand balcony has been refurbished into almost like a sunroom, where like there's been sort of like a glass outcropping put over the balcony, and it's like these beautiful like stained glass that makes the moonlight coming in instead like these kind of rainbow prismatic colors. And there's like a nice plush chair right here. I think this space strikes you the most as Marigold. I think in a way that like most of the rest of this estate is not estate, like quarters is very like formal, Leander, like them trying to find what their style together is. This is a space so uniquely Marigold. I think it makes something in you ache a little bit. She goes, right. Well, this is a bit more of a private. If we wanted to speak more.
It's very you.
Thank you. Leander had it put together for me, so I'd have a space that's mine. Yeah. It's you should see it sometime in the daytime. That's a real invitation. That's not a panicked one. It's really the stained glass. It's just beautiful. It's radiant, really, in the day.
You're inviting me back.
I am. I didn't think that I would be at the end of this, but I am. But if you say no, I understand. I know it's a difficult situation.
I want to know why.
I miss you. Is that so hard to believe?
No.
Take a bite of inspiration. That was the most convenient. Yeah. Perfect. Incredible.
It's just hard to hear, to be honest.
Right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make this difficult for you. I guess I didn't expect things to feel so similar to the way they were before and so different, and it's just kind of
I think in order for me to know if I want to accept invitations and extend some of my own, I think an honest conversation. I need that.
all right. I think you see Marigold kind of like doesn't like fully close the door, but like mostly closes the door behind you and will sit in one of these plush chairs and just sort of like hesitantly motion to the other chair for you.
I think she walks over to it.
Mhm.
I'm assuming it's like probably one of those chairs that have like little like it's like a one-seater, like little armchair, probably has a throw pillow on it. And I think she looks like she's about to sit on it, but I don't think she does. I think she kind of like just grabs one of the pillows a bit and like holds it for just like a little bit of comfort.
Yeah.
I don't think she sits.
Mhm.
You are you happy?
And I think she kind of like sits up a little bit and like presses her hand against like her my brain is saying diaphragm. yeah, like kind of like against like her upper stomach in a way that is a very like nervous kind of like subconscious thing that they do. Just, I'm not unhappy, so I guess that means I'm happy. I guess I think
Content.
I think I will be, maybe, and I really I think that there's happiness in building something from the ground up and making it yours, and really it's not as romantic as the torrid affair and the adventurous young love, but I mean it counts for something, doesn't it?
It can. If that's what you want, yeah, of course.
I will be, I guess, is the answer to your question.
You don't regret it.
I think looks really, really sad, but meets your eye very steadily and just says, no. I regret that you were hurt in the process. I think this is right for me, even if it doesn't always feel that way.
Well, I'm glad that it worked for you then.
Thank you. And I mean, you seem to be doing all kinds of grand things and adventures and latest fashions. And it's very impressive. And it's not that I, didn't expect it from you, because you've been the most impressive person I've ever met in my whole life. But it's, it's just, are you happy?
No,
Will
I
you be?
set out to do everything I've wanted to, everything that I've said I wanted to back then, so.
Good. Great. You deserve nothing less, really.
Well, I had other questions, but I think you've answered it with that one.
All right. If you think of any more, I mean, the glass really is beautiful in the daytime. If you ever want to come by. So, both for questions or otherwise.
I don't know what good asking any of those questions would do at this point. So.
Yeah. No, of course that makes sense.
Well, it does look beautiful.
Thank you.
But I think I'm going to have to take your word for it.
I understand.
We should continue
Yes.
the call.
Yes, of course. It kind of like stands and just sort of like smooths the fabric of her dress a little bit. And you see like takes a really big breath. And then we'll...
I think she when Marigold is fixing themselves, I think Camille as well starts to like put the pillow back, and I don't think she realizes until she looks at her hands how hard she was gripping the pillow. She kind of places it back and fixes her dress a bit and goes, "Okay,
right. Thank you. And we'll step back out. As the tour continues, we are going to pop over to my good friend Luca. Hey, Luca. You're in this room. You're knocking shit over. You're going crazy. You're ripping pages out. And a second later, guard Farah, Lieutenant Farah, and Leander come in, and they both look at you, and they look at the open window, and Farah turns to the hand of the king and goes, "You left your window open?" And he goes, "I didn't think that I did, but apparently, okay, all right." Kind of takes a step towards you and raises his hands in a very uncertain way. He goes, "All right, hi, little buddy. You are not where you're supposed to be. Goodness, I don't interact with wildlife much. Okay, it's fine." Oh God. Oh, what does that mean? And Farah looks at him in a very why the fuck are you asking me? Oh, and he goes, "I can handle this for you if you would like." Viscount's hand, and he just, no, it's fine. I'm happy to assist. Where do you think you've sort of perched in this moment? As you're squawking.
That's a great question. On the windowsill.
Oh, okay, so you're pretty close. All right. Yeah, I think you see like Farah like very gently kind of like eases the door shut a little bit more behind them and starts taking the hand comes off the sword. You don't feel like you're in any danger here. But the two of them start like very slowly walking towards you. And the whole time like Farah's being very quiet and trying to be like calming, and Leander just doesn't know what to do here. So it's sort of like, okay, well, everything's going to be fine if you just want to fly that way. Fly, oh, God, this is a disaster. Okay, no, just fly that way. Go out the window. And go. And fly. I don't have any bird seed. Do you want to...
Squawk!
Do you want a sugared apple slice? Can birds even have that? And Farah just... really, I can sort of like moves to step in front a little bit and just sort of like puts their hands on their hips and goes, okay, bird, here's the deal. You're not coming in the office. Go. And I think attempts to make an intimidation check on you, but you are not a bird. You are truly a human guy. So what are you doing is my question to you.
Oh my god. Which one said this?
That was Farah.
Farah?
Mm-hmm.
I think Luca flies up to sit on Farah's head. Can I
Okay.
do that?
Make me a dexterity check. Because the thing is, if you're flying directly at Farah, she surely is going to try to like, out of the way.
She can
But also,
try.
you're a bird. Give it a shot, you know?
I'm a fucking bird.
You're a bird. Sitting on things is like what you do. That's like your shtick. I rolled a natural 1. So whatever you roll, as long as it's not a natural 1, you can land on Farah's head.
I got a 13.
And that's not a natural
land
1.
On Farah's
Yeah.
head.
You fly directly at Farah's face, and you see they like try to like duck, but Leander is like right behind her, and so they kind of just like knock into Leander, who like knocks into his desk, and you are able to like perch yourself on one of Farah's horns. Are you doing anything? Are you flapping? Are you just very calmly kind of chilling on Farah's head?
I think she's just chilling there, inspecting it, kind of like poking at it a little bit.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Leander, who is like has like one ass cheek up on his desk at this point because they got pushed back very rapidly, goes, oh goodness, okay, is it maybe are you a friendly little bird? You're very small.
Squawk!
Oh goodness, is it Farah, are you all right? And Farah just like looks very disgruntled and like straightens, goes, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Okay. And starts like walking towards the window and very carefully like sticks her head out the window to try and let you fly. My friends who snuck down, did you stick around for Luca?
Oh shit.
My friends who are invisible, this doesn't concern you. Specifically, Lark and Tavia.
Yeah, of
Are
course.
you still cool? Can you make me another stealth check, please? And also, are you a creature right now?
Yeah, I think I'm a little ginger cat.
Aw.
Okay, yeah. Make me a stealth check with advantage.
Oh, okay, great.
Oh.
Tavia is alone, outside
Yeah.
in the garden. That's great.
We're gonna
Okay.
see if Farah clocks the fact that Tavia Tide's Pirate King is standing alone in the Royal Gardens, the place where they infamously broke into a place very recently.
Oh dear.
I should also roll for Farah.
I got an 8.
Farah just rolled a second natural 1 in a row. They don't see
Sucks
shit.
To be Farah.
I think what it is she's so focused on not like bashing you, Luca, on the windowsill that they have to like push their face like really low to the pane, and is like, okay, all right, come on, it's time to go back to your little birthday family. Surely you have things to do other than harass the gentry. Lark, you feel no matter what you rolled, as long as it wasn't a 1, you feel fine. All of you can see it. Tavia is like crouched in the shadows of this bush, staring up at them, wide-eyed, not panicked. It's like half laughter at seeing what Luca has done, and half sort of, if anybody so much as burps, we're fucked. Nobody make any fucking noise. It's a mixture.
Can I,
yeah.
as a cat, like streak out of the bush, like yowling, in the hope that it kind of gives a reason as to why this bird like flew through into the house?
Yeah,
This is a
I won't even make you
performance.
make a roll
Mhm.
about it because Luca's roll earlier was good and everyone has rolled well. So yeah, you can absolutely go streaking out yelling. And I think Farah kind of like folds their arms on the window pane and goes, "Oh, I see. Okay, you were looking for the guard to protect you from the very serious dangers of life at the estate, huh?"
Squawk. And she'll fly down.
Just kind of goes, "Okay. Oh, well, be safe. Nice to meet you." Okay. And are you flying down to where are you flying?
She's flying down to land on the back of this cat. She knows that red
Okay.
hair color from anywhere. It is distinctly Lark.
And that's real. Are you waiting until you're out of sight to hop on this cat's back? Or are you doing this in full view of Farah? It's kind of crazy, but like follow your joy, you know? Like we're here to have a good time.
That's where my heart leads me. So,
Sure. So what's the
Yeah.
plan?
I'm gonna
she-
start doing wheelies in the grass with this bird on my back, just like yowling.
Yeah, I think Farah just kind of sits in the window, staring at you guys. Oh, I just pulled my elf ear off. That was smart. And I think you like, I mean, none of you are in the room anymore, so you don't hear the conversation that's had. But it's very clear that Farah's like turns over one shoulder and says something, and a moment later, you see Leander's head kind of appear in the window as these two people who are not friends, just kind of sit and watch what you're doing with sort of mixtures of like, what the fuck is that? And also like, this might as well happen. Expressions on their face. And yeah, you guys can fucking pop wheelies into the sunset like a crazy little circus act. Incredible. Then as you guys kind of my little treason troop begins kind of reconvening and figuring things out post thievery, we will hop back to Camille. Camille, this tour continues. It's a very somber tour, as I'm sure you can imagine. Not in a rude way, but as Marigold kind of processes the conversation that you guys just had. After a few minutes, Leander and Farah return. Farah seems to be
Wait,
in
there's
much
a
better-
room that you said was a nursery, right?
It's not a nursery. It's where the kitchen is. There's plans in there and like designs to make it a nursery. But I think that
Okay.
Marigold very much on purpose does not bring you far enough into this room to see those.
Okay.
Because this day doesn't need to be more awkward, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get a tour of the rest of their quarters. Leander, once he joins, really kind of brings the mood up. Is also very eager to tell you all about the crazy shit that you just saw, which I think you, Camille, without a check, would know means your friends are fine. And there was no one else in there, and Leander doesn't know shit. He's just a guy. And Farah seems to be in much better spirits. This sort of shenaniganery seems to have like brightened her up a little bit.
Yeah.
And the rest of the tour commences without incident. I mean, you see their little bedroom, which is very nicely furnished and a little bit warmer. You see like each of the different rooms and closets and stuff. Is there anything else you would like to do before heading out for the evening?
Yeah, I think right at the end of the tour,
Mhm.
not really. I think she just wraps it up. I think she goes, not to pull her signs, but I would love to pack up the little dessert that you gave us and
Oh,
head
of
out for
course.
the night. I'm feeling quite stuffed and need to.
It's completely understandable. Well, this has been absolutely lovely. I mean, really, we should do it again sometime. This has been great. And Marigold kind of like loops her arm in his and just kind of gives it a little squeeze, and he like looks over and looks back at you. Doesn't fully seem to process.
Yeah, but Camille's doing the
meeting.
polite like, yeah. So I'll see you guys about the castle, about the estate. You'll be at the ball, no?
Oh,
Yeah.
of course. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well then I will.
And
see
I
you.
truly can't wait to see what you design. I'm sure it's
It's
going
going
to
to be
brilliant.
spectacular. I cannot lie to you.
I
Never
believe that.
before seen. I might get in trouble for upstaging everybody in the room, including the royals, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, it's been nice.
Yes. It's been wonderful.
We'll head out far. You ready to go?
Yes, I think I've got the early rounds tomorrow, so I think that is good. Lovely dinner. Thank you both. Marigold just kind of gives Farah a little nod, and Leander like shakes Farah's hand, and they seem to be on slightly better terms because of the bird wrangling incident.
Yeah.
And yeah, the staff, Thicket will pack up your little apple tart to go, and will hand it over to you again very carefully because they are still so is terrified from almost dropping your stuff. The dishes are also returned to you cleaned.
Oh,
that you
nice.
brought. Yeah.
Nice, yeah. If anything, at the end of the night, I think once, because I'm sure Farah walks her back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like a very like soft chat, like talking about the night, and then they get back to where her place is, and she turns to them and goes, was that, I hope that wasn't too uncomfortable for you.
I'm a lieutenant. I've seen worse. I've seen bloodier battlefields, to be sure. It was a close margin, but I've seen worse.
Okay, good.
Are you all right?
I've been worse.
I suppose that's a little victory in and of itself.
It is. I think she is kind of putting on a bit more of a mask or face than, she wants to let on, because she feels a certain kind of way for bringing Farah through that night and doesn't want to put more on them. You roll in for insight, I'll roll for deception.
I rolled a 6. You probably don't have.
Okay, yeah.
Farah's not having hot rolls tonight.
yeah. She kind of lets out a soft sigh and like sits up a little bit straight and kind of like widens her door a little bit and goes, I wanted the night to end with them, but not necessarily with you. So if you wanted to stay in.
Well, I mean, I would be honored to continue protecting you from the absolutely batshit birds of the estates, by the way.
They've gone wild, I've heard.
Yeah, Leander embellishes, but that was like crazy. But kind of like remembers herself. Yes, sure, yeah. Love to come in.
Oh, sure. Come on in.
Very like pointedly kind of steps across the threshold. Yeah. Easy. We'll come from there to my little thieves. What are you doing? How are you like meeting back up? What's the plan? Is everyone just kind of going to bed to process? What's the vibe?
I think we definitely reconvene and did we have a place that we were reconvening?
I don't. I'm gonna be so.
I don't think we had one planned, but I think so.
I mean, it's easy enough for Tavia and my 2 invisible friends to follow the cat-bird act. If you would like to just sort of.
I think before we just then like maybe go to like the gardens outside, like our quarters, like Larkanadia's quarters instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think when Lark like transforms back, they're like panting from like sprinting around as a goddamn cat for the last 20 minutes. And we'll wait for like Luca to change back as well. And it's like, that was great. We already had them.
That was fun. We really were convincing.
Yeah, we did. We did it. We should make a career out of this.
We should. I think you'd be good at it.
Thank you. I
Which
think
is
you'd be
good given
excellent.
the circumstances. Thank you. Yeah.
Excellent deceiving. Yeah.
Yeah. That was so fun. I tore that room apart. Lark.
I heard.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
It was disgusting in there, like feathers everywhere,
Oh,
paper
wow.
all over the floor. I chewed on the little cabinet thing, or what was it? I don't know.
Excellent.
Drawer.
You chewed? Really?
The drawer. Yeah. Not like I didn't have teeth, but I did my
Right.
best.
No. Excellent commitment.
We should do it again.
Looks around for everyone else.
Lark is just kind of standing here watching this.
Who is?
So not Lark. I'm so sorry, Tavia. Lark is standing here, and he's not here. No, Tavia's just kind of standing here watching this with like a very amused grin and goes, "All right, first B&E checked off. Feels like
That's what?
breaking and entering."
Oh, is that what they call it? A B&E.
They don't call it that,
Yeah.
Lark.
Yeah. How would kind of cocks his head? How would you know, Luca? You run in a lot of criminal circles here on the planet.
That's my business, whether I have or
Oh,
not.
well, what do they call it here? Because that's what us pirates call it. But if fey criminals have a different term, I'd love to be like in the know, just so I don't sound like
You want me
an
to
outsider.
spill all the secrets to you?
I mean, you have like my jacket and my sword, and I carried you around as a bird. I don't know. I just think it would be like a nice kind of quid pro quo. Is that how you use that? I don't even know what that means.
Quid.
Really
Yeah,
is.
no, that was right. They call
Oh,
it.
slay.
They don't call it a B&E. They call it
Mhm.
a E
E and B.
E and
right?
Yes, that's exactly
Entering
what I
and
was gonna say,
breaking?
Lark.
Yes.
Mhm.
Right.
We
Okay,
do
well, good
things
to
a little
know.
differently around Everglen.
Yeah, I've caught on. No dreaming. E and B.
And you also been walking on the wrong side of the road. We use the other side of the road when we.
Is that why I keep running into people?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought people just didn't like me. I thought it was like a
Well,
power play. Okay.
It's probably that you're walking on the wrong side of the road.
Sure. Yeah, I'll
it might
keep
be a
that.
bit of both if we're honest. But
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's real. And I think we'll kind of like turn and squint into the darkness and go, Elise and Elia, are you here?
I think Elise will drop invisibility like an inch from his face.
It's Tavia's, which is why he's
Yeah.
asking. So you can't drop it.
Oh fuck!
Unless
that's
you
right.
like punch him.
No, then I'll just stand like right in front of him and be like, "You can drop it."
Oh, okay. I will drop invisibility. Elia, are you there as well?
Yeah.
Kind of like takes a big breath, looks at you, Elia. You really could have a career in being a sneaky thief. I'm just saying. If you ever get bored of the archivist life, that was good. Not many people could sneak up on me. That was really good.
I am a woman of many talents. Yes.
I'm learning this about you. Yeah.
Do you have an extra coat? I am standing out in my pajamas, in my nightie, and I would like to be covered.
I
immediately
don't.
takes their coat off of itself. Really, I'm so sorry. Right, you must be freezing. Right. Okay. Well,
So, shall we recap a bit? Because
Do we want me to
let's-
E and B our way into your rooms so that we could talk a little more privately?
Oh, are we gonna have a sleepover?
wide-eyed looked at Alia.
Elliot gets just like a bit. I don't think she's had like a good slumber party in a while, and just gets a little bit of a. You know what? I actually don't think that would be the worst idea. I think we've all been working very hard, and yeah, why not?
Cute.
Amazing. This is amazing. Do you have nail polish?
Of
Or do
course.
you have a
What color do you
professional who
want?
does that?
Just kidding. I've got all of them.
Yes.
Wonderful. Well,
Incredible.
let's-
Yeah, you guys can make
go
your
to
way
the party.
into your rooms if you'd like to. I think Handsome gets very worried about you coming in from the back instead of the front.
Hmm.
But is still very happy to see you and is doing the happy puppy butt wiggling, jumping up and going down and spinning in a happy circle and jumping up thing on both you and you, Lark.
Lark is panic cleaning because they didn't anticipate having guests in their rooms, so starts running around straightening furniture and like
Panic-cleaning the
sticky
flawless,
rolling
like-
the hair off of like the couches and stuff.
Mhm. As you're running around doing this, Handsome starts to think that this is a game and is sort of like happy running after you as you like move from spot to spot.
No, because you're just leaving a trail of drool and hair behind you, and that's what I'm trying to clean up.
He's just
Very
it
happy
kind of gets
circle.
everywhere, and that's just
There has to be spells for molting, honestly.
Can Adventure not Adventures. Can
Hello?
can Luca text
There we go.
Camille where they are?
Yeah, absolutely. Camille, would I be correct in assuming you're busy? Or was that a
Maybe. Should I roll? Yeah,
Yeah,
I
roll
mean,
for it.
probably.
She just texts like party at Lark and Ilia's room
Gotcha.
tonight. XOXO. Luca.
We
Okay.
can say that comes through before you are busy, if you would
Oh,
like
yeah.
to say.
Carry on.
Who's it on? Is it on me? Am I supposed to say something right now? Oh,
Oh,
shit.
just you get that text before. If you
Before?
would like to reply or acknowledge it or do anything, yeah. We'll say you get that text as you're walking through the door with Farah.
Oh, she still answered. I think she still does what she does.
I'm good for her, frankly.
I think after, I mean, this is, I guess, more of a question about their relationship. Like, are they like like sleepover?
You tell me.
Type situation. I feel like they are, but I don't know. I don't think, character-wise, I don't think she would like shoo them off right now. Okay. Yeah, I think she after a bit though, probably later in the night, she'll probably link up with the group. I think she'll tell them like, this is the 4th time that I've gotten my ring stuck in my hair.
Oh no! Oh my god.
You keep doing that. Let me put it down. Anyways, I think that she'll tell them like, sorry, I got a text earlier about work. So I don't know what to do. Can we noodle? I'm gonna noodle for a second, see what she does.
No, you're good. That's okay. Beautiful. So my friends who've just arrived in the room, you are able to send a text to Camille. Absolutely. And so what else are we doing for this slumber party?
I think Aelia goes into her room, and in the bottom drawer of her vanity, there's just a couple of emergency bottles of Moscato, and I think that she busts those out, and a couple of glasses, and kind of just comes back holding everything in both hands. So Camille got to drink tonight, and I feel like we all get to have a little bit
in the
drink
middle of
because,
brewing tea and looks up and is like, oh.
And everyone can drink what they want to, and that's totally fine. I just think everyone deserves to have a beverage, and I think I really need this one right now. So, and we'll kind of just pop the cork and start pouring. Anybody else want,
I would love a beverage, an adult beverage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And we'll just pour for everybody who wants one. So, who else read something concerning this evening?
Not me. What did you
Okay,
read?
wait, I'm so sorry. I would love for Camilla to be in this conversation, so I'm gonna definitely have
a little funky with the time skip.
Yeah, I definitely would love to have her just like, I guess say like she has some it is a few days before the ball, and she's gonna have a late night working on things is what she tells them, but she's gonna go party.
And Farah like has very, very early rounds, so it's not inconceivable that they would split off to like try to get some sleep and get ready and stuff anyway. So that's perfectly fine. So we'll say right before this conversation happens, as the wine is being poured, there's a knock on the door.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. 1 second. Ah, shit.
Elliot will hide the lint roller because it's useless and it's gonna stress them out.
Like cracks the door. I was like, oh hi.
I think she's like, she has her little satin like 3-piece like pajamas on, fuzzy slippers, little fuzzy like sleep mask. She's ready. Hey, hello.
Come in.
Hi. I heard we're having a sleepover.
We are, yes.
Okay. Wow.
Please excuse the mess. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
it's atrocious. Just ignore it.
I know that room is spotless too.
Sure.
Camille's here.
Oh, how'd it go?
How did it go for you?
Oh God, was it bad? It was bad.
It was fine. It was good. Everyone's where they need to be right now.
What's wrong? Sorry?
I had a conversation with my ex as well.
Are you yearning?
Oh,
no, not. Oh.
No.
I can hear it in your voice.
I'm so not yearning. Stop it.
There's at least a little bit of like longing or just, some wistful thinking.
No.
Really?
No. If there is any, it's for Farah. So.
Oh. That's convincing.
All right.
Yeah.
It is. There is yearning and longing for Farah. That's true. That is true.
Is there any for your ex too?
No, because like I said, she doesn't want me, so I don't want her. So that's how that goes.
Right.
Yeah.
She's
That's how-
married, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, that doesn't. Never mind.
Tavia just kind of raises his glass up to you
Yes.
and cheers and like downs the whole thing.
I think she turns to Aelia, goes, that doesn't what?
Well, I mean, not exactly secretive about the arrangement being arranged.
There's
What are you
nothing wrong with
talking
things being
about?
arranged.
Exactly. That's my point. I think it's, and they might have. I'm not sure what kind of discussions they've had in their relationship, and what they might both be comfortable doing
And
outside
open
of
to.
that. Exactly.
Right.
I think that with healthy communication between a couple, it can actually be rather wonderful and liberating. And I don't think that you should necessarily close that door unless you do want to close it.
Can I insight check Aelia?
Yeah, 100%. Please, girl. I'm rolling deception with disadvantage.
I got a unholy 20.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Does it feel like
any-
Aelia's projecting a little bit?
oh, 100 fucking percent. I think you definitely
Slay.
get it's like, yes, I am talking about this, but in a very real sense.
Lark's also sweating. Like,
You know,
Is
I
that about
find it-
you?
No, it's fine.
About Camille?
No, you.
No, she was asking about you. If you're talking about you and your situation, your life, and
Very panicked look at Lark, like, oh fuck.
Lark's like,
There's no judgment. It's a slumber party. This is sacred slumber party space. So like,
That's true.
I'm
It
ignoring
happens.
that.
I'm not
Please.
fucking the farmer.
so nobody
I'm-
said that, but now
Well,
I
I
am
was
curious.
I
wondering.
mean, I did actually say
I was
that.
wondering.
It was
Just to be clear, I've never, I've
So not
That's what-
currently
that's
and not in the past
Would
and
you
not like in the future.
like to?
right.
That's
Would
what
you-
I
No. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's
Can I-
good.
Can I try to like make eye contact with Lark and like psychic brainwave like we're here with our friends and oh my god, it's been 10 years and I haven't been able to talk to anybody about this. Like
I don't think Lark is. I think Lark is like trying to be a human shield for you, and is like, "I'll divert the attention. Don't worry, I've got this." And it's like, no, there's no plowing. Pardon not.
Plowing.
kind
God,
of
Lark!
put a hand on their shoulder and just we're among friends, I think.
I'm really not fucking the farmer though. I really,
No. Kind of raises her glass. Can I get just a vow of secrecy from everyone because I really don't want to undo any of Camille's hard work. But also, oh my god, I have not had like actual friends that I can talk to in a while. So can I just get like a visual confirmation from everybody?
Scout honor.
It stays here.
Right. Yeah. Just
Tavia, who has been watching this entire conversation silently but very attentively, just sort of very like, the glass is empty because he downed it, but just sort of like lifts it at you.
she will
And acknowledge.
fill it again for them.
I was
and-
acknowledging that, but we'll accept another glass of
yeah,
alcohol.
100%. I mean, did anybody like really believe the whole like sudden romance thing? I kind of it was arranged. We arranged it. We're just I don't know exactly what you're asking, Luca, and you're making that face now, and so I'm a
Sorry.
little bit unsure what to say.
This is just my face. This is wild. You've kept this all like locked up yourself, like internally. You haven't spoken about this.
I knew.
Camille did. No,
Oh.
Camille did actually help quite a
Okay,
bit.
that's good.
Yeah,
I think
it
that would
was-
eat me alive if I kept it inside. I'm just glad you're sharing.
just a bit. And it's not that we don't kind of looking at like it's not that we don't care for each other very much and that we're not very how's Lark doing right now? Just-
Lark has like sat down heavily in a chair and is like gripping onto Handsome.
Oh my
Very
god.
out of
He's having a
character.
break.
That's how bad it is.
You know,
Just
I'm
a lot of emotions.
I thought like love would blossom, between the two of you. You just seem so well fit for you.
It didn't really
other.
go that way, and we're fine with that. And
So you have arrangements.
Luca like grabs Alia's hand and is like,
Camille like sits at her ankles. Is like, what? Well, we have a lot of catching up to do.
I could give you alphabetical or chronological.
Oh my god! Chronological is always best. It's always best.
take
I
me from
feel
the
like-
start to now.
That's not really the point. I feel like maybe we could just another conversation
sure.
for another
Another
slumber party.
sleepover. We can have more.
Yes.
Locke, what about you?
Lark is just like methodically like doing the thing where they like smooth back Handsome's like wrinkles to give them a facelift and then just let it drop, and it's just doing that repeatedly over and over again, looking like absolutely shattered inside. Just kind of like looks up, what?
You and chronological, alphabetical.
So,
what about you in your life and what you?
What did we find in the drawer?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Is
How
that the
much
most
laundry?
important thing?
Well, no,
It
are we
actually
overstepping?
might be.
Like this whole conversation, as soon as it started turning to romance, Elise has just been like scrolling through the pictures and like rereading things. Like, let the young people have their time. I don't need to hear about their romance. And it's just like scrolling and being like, yes, I had to you take some pictures of the documents.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna like hand the phone just like in the air and be like, so you can all send them to yourselves. I don't,
Ooh.
or in the group chat. I don't know how to do
Luca
that.
will take
Someone
it.
send it. Yes, please. Okay.
Right.
Sent. Hands it back.
So now you all have a copy.
Right. I don't know if this is connected or related at all, but the more that I'm hearing,
What
this is twice. Oh gosh, that's such a long story. So when Lark's sister Rose kind of departed Everglen and fell off the face of the earth for a couple of months and then reappeared in the ant farm, and it was a whole she was with them for a while, and they actually are a member of it's Gloomwild Court, right? But like
Yes.
deposed part of
Yes.
Gloomwild Court. Okay, cool.
Emil should be the heir to the former royal family of Gloomwild that the Wretch King and Queen upset. Not
Right.
one generation, but 2 generations prior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of. Well, briefly like rehash all that jazz. But yeah, it was I mean, I actually have no idea if it was a messy political situation. I wasn't really here for that, but a bit of a disaster, I think. And from these letters, it seems as though they were doing a bit of damage control as much as they could. But obviously, I mean, she didn't get out till she won, so all of this fell through, whatever it was.
There are a lot of disasters. Is this a disaster that has to deal with our disaster?
I don't know. I feel like on the list of disasters related to ours, this one might be a bit lower down. I mean, that does indicate I mean, the crown interfering in affairs could indicate that. It could also just be King trying to get his daughter back. Though it kind of seems like he did that a little bit by agreeing to meddle in Gloomwild's affairs, which we really shouldn't do, but whatever.
I will say, from reading the letter, I think it's very clear to specifically Aelia and Lark, my friends who are well versed in the language of vague contracts, that it was chosen specifically with the inclination to fuck Emil over. I don't think you get the sense from it that there was ever any indication that like yeah, it was gonna be like,
Okay.
and then we'll help you get your throne back. It was very much like a, yeah, we'll help you get what you deserve, definitely, for sure. Look at that.
Okay,
Yeah,
This
okay,
is
I get that.
absolutely like the first Lark has heard of like Ambrose making any attempt to help
Mhm.
Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just sit on that.
I do think the not to jump around, but I it is late and I am old and I want to get to sleep. I do think this about the Threadweaver is interesting. That and kind of like it is. I think it is the like 7th picture in the text thread.
I agree that it says that using it in that way costs a soul.
A soul?
No.
One
It can only be used once per soul, and it costs
Once
a
per
monumental
soul.
sacrifice.
It costs something fucked up. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
I can't read my own handwriting.
No, that's okay. That was important enough that I went
I
to be
was
like,
like,
wait, no, that's okay.
And
A monumental sacrifice. So, if we were to get our hands back on the Threadweaver, because right now, Wisteria has it, right? The Dreaming has it.
I
Yes.
suppose
I think so.
Okay. I think in the back of her head, Camille's like, we're fucked. If we get it back, maybe we can reverse it.
yes, and it takes a long time to spread and take effect, so there are ways to kind of backtrack before it takes complete hold, which is very good to know.
Right.
Is there any history about the Threadweaver going up against another item not being successful, or any kind of loophole we can kind of look for?
As far as I did some extensive research into this a few days ago, and as far as I can tell, it has only been used twice. I should have my notebook open with all my notes about it, but I don't know where it is. It has only been used a few times, and it's once by a god, so it is not quite something that seems to be. As far as the research shows, there is nothing that can go against it that has succeeded, but it has also not been tried because it is a very powerful weapon that has only been used a few times.
Okay.
I think that the Dust Court knows what's going on.
Why you say that?
Well, I had a call with my father earlier today, and he mentioned.
How's he?
Oh, very well, very excited. I do hope that you are prepared to turn into a cat again, because Kira is going to ask, and you can say no, but she is going to.
That's
just
fine.
so you are prepared for that. All right. I was speaking to him, and he mentioned that that Aurora has been, sort of drumming up about celestial independence again, and that's not particularly out of the norm for her. Personal family history with the Oaks, but one of the letters kind of will hold out on Elise's phone. I've always known what's Orion's title? What's his dude's title and
that's
pronoun
such a
check?
good question.
Okay,
He was
that's
the
valid. I
former
could just say
Duke.
okay.
He's still a Duke, but he's not a well, yeah. We'll say Duke. I don't
Okay.
have like a Queen
That's
Mother
cool.
equivalent for Duke.
That's fine. So I've always known Duke Orion to be very level-headed when it comes to these sort of things, and he's taken more of a neutral stance towards it until recently, and this letter is a bit more forceful than I've known him to be. And so I think that they know that something is happening.
Interesting.
I think that if we know of the Dreaming's identity and Astra's survival in whatever form she exists now, I don't think it's too big of a leap to say that she might have contacted her sister.
It's also possible that Isabella entered the dreaming via the point on the map, which is in
Oh my gosh.
that court. She may have spoken to...
She said in the diary that they were on good terms. Yep. All right. Well,
This Aurora or Orion or whatever, are they coming to the big fancy shindig?
they RSVP'd, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yes, they should both be in attendance.
Is that bad or good?
Could be either. If they are both agitated on this topic, or if they know something, then they might use it as an opportunity to make moves of some kind to sway other members of the court to their side, to spread information. But if they are just attending to attend, then it actually could be a good opportunity for us to
Check in.
figure out what they know.
And I mean, if they are making moves, it's in public. That is, they are then showing their hand. We can maybe understand what exactly their move is.
Well, clearly moves have been made.
Moves have been making, yeah.
Yeah. That's that farmer lark.
That's that, yeah.
Mhm.
In private, can I see that?
Kind
Kind of like holds the phone up to their face, doesn't understand you can zoom in on a picture.
You can just
It's very small handwriting.
Luca just comes over and kind of like,
Oh, how did you do that?
you hold it like this, your fingers, and then you just like,
Oh,
It's
on the
on-
screen.
yeah, you have to touch the screen.
It's
There.
not like a magic gesture.
No, surprisingly no, but I think they're working on that in the new version that's coming out. Anyways, but yeah, no, you just
Oh, wow.
so you don't have to hold it. It's not good to have it too close to your face. You can get jaundice.
Mm.
That's what my sister told me.
Right. Reads.
And I mean, all of this is things that they have already felt comfortable enough to put into writing. So
So here's my question. I don't know much about political affairs. But if this court wants to be separate, what is the problem with that? Like, if, to me, how I'm perceiving this is that if they feel as though they have to make moves in the dark, or no pun intended, they probably won't they were not heard to begin with, right? So maybe at the ball, giving them an ear, giving them
I
an
mean,
audience.
I would be more than happy to speak to them. I mean, I know Orion somewhat personally. I probably have met Aurora a couple of times.
You would
Yeah.
know them both fairly personally.
Yeah.
Because Aurora's a little bit older than you. So.
Right, yeah. I'd be more than happy to, and I mean, I'm not exactly opposed to celestial independence either. Just that the timing of this is, its own problem.
If we can maybe assure them that we could put a plan in place for them to be independent,
Right.
they might be more inclined to aid us in this situation and do something a bit more planned and not as dysregulating for the community.
And I think I could do that. Offer them a path forward, so to speak.
Do I know, does Locke know, like, has this subject ever been broached with the king before?
I mean, I think that, like, it has sort of been a, like, minute topic of conversation for long enough that you've probably been present for, like, maybe 2 to 3 conversations over all the time that you've been, like, shadowing him as his heir. I think that, like, you would know a lot of times the conversation is not taken seriously in the Privy Council, but like not treated as a now problem. It's sort of treated as like a we have more pressing things to do
Okay.
kind of topic. I think you would know that it's a lot of there isn't a ton of resistance. It's very kind of neutral from the king, but I think that like in the listing of the pros and cons, I think Ambrose has voiced that one of his worries is like if it would mean severing a fractured alliance over fixing it and like what that would mean, but there also hasn't been a lot of action taken to fix it. So it's not talked about at length, but it's come up a couple times.
Okay.
I mean, I imagine it's also not that crazy for Ambrose to have like just kept kicking that can since the Celestial Courts themselves are not like fully one
100%.
way or the other on the topic either. It's not like they're all like, here's a petition of everybody in the Dawn and Dusk Court asking for this. It's like there's a couple of people who are like, what if we were independent? And everybody's like, I don't know about that. And it's kind of just,
That is very much, I think,
Thank
the
you.
sort of like we have more pressing issues in the sense that like they don't really know what they want right now either. When they know what they want, we'll talk about it, but for now, like let them, that's their business until it's our business is sort of the general vibe.
cool. But Aurora is definitely trying to speed that process. I know that she is currently in discussion with the Dawn Court, and if Orion has been in discussion with the Hand of the King about this, then they are starting to move, and if they know that something is coming, then they might want that done sooner rather than later. Astra would have her kingdom and Aurora would have her.
And that's the other thing. The king himself knows that something is coming. It's written in his own words, right there.
So we
We
just
don't really
sit and
know
wait?
what he's been doing, if anything.
Right.
Well, I mean, if we taking a minute here, there are a lot of moves being made that being concealed from the crown at large, from anyone looking in besides the one making them. I am wondering if perhaps it is best to let some of these moves be made, and now that we are aware of them, we can look and see what is happening, so that they expose their plans a bit more, and we can go in. I think if we plan to do too much, oh, we need to talk about this and plan this and do all of these things, those plans will fall apart the second they make a move that we are not expecting. So I feel perhaps we see what happens and react rather than try and create for every eventuality, which we cannot do because I don't know about you all, but I don't suspect that the dreaming is, something that you can really plan about. I think it is going to do what it is going to do, and we should be ready to just react and worry about these things such as lines of succession and splintering kingdoms until we know more. I think it is good we have this information, but I do not know that there is much we can accomplish with it at this time.
I think Camille's looking at you with such a side eye right now of like, so we just sit there and we just let it happen.
No, we don't. We let some things happen. We don't let but we don't know if this is something they are actually planning to do. We don't know when. We know that this is something that has been talked about, but we don't know if this is nobles, just saying shit because they feels that they are powerful and can say whatever they want and demand things for it, or if this is something they actually care about. We don't know much of anything, and I think trying to anticipate others' actions is going to get us in the worst spots than if we let some things happen and go from there.
Why don't we just ask the king?
I think we should take. I mean, just to me, Elise, it just sounded like you were in favor of the dreaming doing what it wants to do. Just let it happen, and then afterwards pick up the pieces. I don't know if that's the right thing to do here.
No, I don't.
As much as it pains me to go down that line of thought, we don't know where Threadweaver is right now. We don't have a way of getting to it, of taking it from whoever has it, and if these notes are correct, and it would take a significant amount of time for its effects to spread throughout the entire kingdom, then when Wisteria or whoever it is does what they're going to do, we'll know where they are, and we can take it from them.
I don't want the dreaming to do whatever it is that it wants to do. But I don't know that we can have a plan to stop it when we don't entirely know what it is or how they're going to go about it. Are they going to use Threadweaver to accomplish this? Is there some other sort of dreaming magics that we have not been let in on? I think wasting time and resources before to try and account for every possible situation is not good. We are not like, what is there is that character in the books with the youths, and it is a man who is also a bat and has contingencies. I don't know. But we can't do that. We are, we have to be able to have energy and resources to react to things, not to try and stop every outcome. I think it is impossible.
I kind of get what you're saying. Like, sometimes when you're sailing into a storm, like, you got to be really careful about like what ropes you tighten and what sails you fold up or let loose, because sometimes if you get like really caught up in trying to like prepare what you think is best, you actually do more damage in the process of trying to like anticipate what's coming than if you just sort of improvised when it was closer for you to get. I'm with you.
And I think, this ball is coming, and then we will have time and energy, we will be freed up to discover what comes next.
I think you're right in that the ball is a good opportunity for us to speak to many different people at once. Aelia, I think you have a very good line of connection to your father and those courts and Orion and Aurora, and we should definitely make the time to have an audience with them. And it will also be an interesting opportunity to observe the king and what he does in front of all these people.
And it is not as if the world is going to end during the ball.
Mara,
We'll
you
have
gotta
plenty of
stop
time.
saying shit like
Mara.
this.
Investigate.
Mara, you gotta stop.
I mean, really, what's the
Inside
worst that could
check.
happen?
That's the worst that could happen. We
There's
say to the
nothing.
DM who broke the galaxy once and would do it again.
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, that doesn't sound like something I would do. Okay, so we're improvising, and you guys are I'm not going to do the politicking, because I don't think that's my forte. But
And you guys don't think we should just ask?
I think. What? Ask
We could.
Ambrose.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ask him what exactly?
What the fuck he's been up to? Is that
I
too
think that
much?
might be
No?
a way to do it.
I think
maybe
it's
not
good.
in those words.
You think it's
but
good?
Maybe
I
in a
mean,
different way.
Obviously,
maybe.
no. I would never swear at the
Oh,
king.
oh, sorry. Okay, then yes. In different words, I think asking questions. You know, people in positions like that don't get asked difficult questions like that sometimes. So maybe they need to be asked.
Wait,
But
maybe... Luca, you field messages, to the king fairly
Yeah.
regularly.
That's my
What
job.
if we plant a fake message?
Lark? You're
It's a terrible idea. It
genius.
doesn't-
No, it's the
No.
best idea anyone here has had.
it's
No
good.
offense.
That's
Oh,
objectively
It's
not
mean.
true.
It is. It actually is. That's a genius idea. I could totally do that.
Okay.
Fake message
I
for
think
a
that's
liar
great.
king.
Maybe not. Don't address them as liar king.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
But that's
But
like
I
how
think
you would
it's
address me, not like this king, like different
Yeah,
kings.
I would address you that way. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Okay. Yeah.
we make a message and saying what? I know what you did last summer. No. What should we say?
I mean, there is
And-
really only one person I think could get his attention right now.
The dreamer. I could ask her to sign the message too.
Oh,
No.
I really don't
No.
think we should involve
I don't think we should
her at all
loop
in
her
this.
in.
I think
Oh.
this is purely to elicit and to understand perhaps what he is doing and how he is reacting.
Okay, I can forge a signature pretty well too.
So we say what exactly? I know that you are watching me back off.
Well, this is to get information, is it not?
Yes.
So that Luca can hopefully be in the room to see how they react, and maybe Luca also. Maybe you read it for them. That would probably be too much. You can't open the mail of the king. That'd be horrible. But ask some questions and see how they react to it, right? So maybe instead of it being the dreamer itself, maybe a person who works for the dreamer or the dreaming and is feeling a little wary about it and wants to know the king's side, right? And we can ask questions in there. Something like that. I don't know.
Maybe it doesn't have to be as complicated as that. Maybe
Mm.
it's just a sign or a warning.
Then, well, I don't know if I filled everyone in on this, but the dress I'm wearing is a replica of someone who has been scrubbed from the records that I believe has something to do with the dreaming.
What?
Oh.
Pardon? What?
I don't think.
Huh?
I did not
No,
fill
I don't think you
anyone in.
mentioned it.
You told
I
me,
found
but I didn't know
why?
the
So-
plot.
there's someone who I found a portrait of who is in the Oaks family line that has been completely scrubbed from the records, and I am going to wear a replica of the dress she was wearing in that portrait. I believe it is linked to the dreaming. I think Camille has offered to start some rumors so that everyone will be looking at the dress. So I think having someone show up in a dress that should have been scrubbed from the history books is a great way to gauge the king's reaction to that. I think I have that covered.
I didn't know it was the king you were trying to get a reaction from. That's
Yes.
interesting.
Elise, is it possible that this has happened more than once?
I have personally redacted records for the archives. Of course things have been removed more than once. That is half of my job, is approving what is in the official archives. And I have access to records that only the head archivist and the king himself has records to. Things are always being removed from the public. That is why I have a job.
He said he wouldn't let this happen again.
Who? What?
In the letter,
In the
in his note to Leander, talking about spiriting us all away out of Everglen if something happened, and there are one at least, probably two children, and everyone. The sort of golden rule of extramarital affairs for nobles in Everglen is do whatever you want, but don't have a child about it. And it looks like there's one, possibly two people related to this family, and we have absolutely no idea who parented them. Karina Crimson didn't pop up out of nowhere. This other person, they didn't materialize out of nothing. Cheekbones like that.
The cheekbones are quite distinct, yes.
Yes.
So, I'm going to offer something that might be controversial. I know we are group traitor or whatever it is, but what if what we want, which is Everglen staying intact, and what the king wants, Everglen staying intact, align? What if
We just talk.
we bring it to the king?
Wow, it's like I've been saying that the whole time.
I mean, the enemy of our enemy is our
Is your friend and your boss sometimes,
and your
and your
father.
dad.
Perhaps.
I hate to ask it. Is it our enemy? I feel like yesterday we were like, what if we let it happen? And today it's our enemy.
No,
I think
what?
we
Why
don't have
would it-
enough information to go to the king.
I just
And I
listen.
think saying, hey, by the way, we all dreamed. Don't worry, though, is going to get us all killed. So
Killed?
perhaps, or erased from the history. And
Is that what happened? And, do you have record of that?
I don't know what happened to this person.
Either way,
I
I'm getting
had
no idea that I don't have
a
as much
lengthy
jobs as you.
conversation with the king a number of days ago. And he mentioned the sacrifices he had to make in order to save the kingdom the last time.
I just think maybe, judging by the conversations we've had, we should, before the enemy of my enemy is my friend, we should ask ourselves if the enemy of our enemy is also our enemy. I know that's, it turns to Lark. I know that's strong, because, like, dad, but I just, I think, yeah, that's all I guess I have to say. But, like, it's up to you guys. You do what you want. I'm with you. I just think.
If who is our... We're trying to understand if Ambrose is our enemy or if the dreamer is our enemy.
Kind of both, but I was specifically saying I don't know if the enemy of our enemy, here being the king, is our friend in this circumstance. I think maybe there's just sort of a lot of people who aren't our friend, and we should be careful.
Just I think why we have to just gain more information before we make a move, and again, wait until we see what people are actually going to do, if anything.
I don't know. It sounds
My
as though
stance
the group...
is that whatever happens, our duty is to protect the people of this kingdom as best we can. What was the druidess's name that we spoke to this morning?
Venus Sweetgrass.
Venus said this morning that nature has a habit of fighting to rebalance itself. I think that is what we are dealing with currently. I don't know if we can stop this, even if we wanted to. I think the moves we should be making is to protect this kingdom as best we can.
That sounds very lovely, but we don't know what we're protecting it against. What exactly is going to happen? So we are going to be sitting ducks for a transformation, a rebalancing that we are not even prepared for. That we don't want to prepare for because we don't even know what to prepare for. It sounds like we're at a standstill for the next few days until we figure out more.
I think we are.
I think that our next steps, it sounds like, will all be at the ball. I don't know if there's a whole lot that any of us can do in terms of gathering information, measures still, until we see where the chips fall.
Okay.
And God knows we're all busy enough as it is.
Okay. Can we clock out of trader work now? Can we get drunk and do something else? This is so...
Literally, this
So
is
much.
miserable.
Speaking of the ball, I know it's last minute, but Camille, would you make? I have this shirt. And these.
that won't do.
It's
You
a
know,
nice
That will
shirt.
not do. It is...
Thank you.
It is...
The drawers in your room are like
Oh,
Like,
I didn't know
fucking
if that was for
closes.
me or if that was sort of just
No,
for something. But I mean, I'm a little more like it's great.
No,
The clothes are
it's
great.
a
It's
ball.
just it's
you
weird.
want them if you could. Would you prefer if I put them
wanna be able
somewhere
to
else and you
move.
can steal them?
You know, like if shit hits the fan, I just want to be able to move my shoulders, and some of those clothes are like kind of. I think like looks like glances at like the jacket that Lark is wearing, and then like I don't know, it just feels like a like if something bad happens, and I gotta punch a guy, that thing's shredding. You know what I mean? I gotta be able to like.
Right.
They're
Well,
also it's a ball. We're supposed to be wearing new attire anyway, so
Yeah.
sure, I can make you a nice little coat. How about that? Something
Thanks.
new. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. 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 She's like in her head, like mapping out like
Incredible. And as we move from planning and worries to sleepover, nail painting, and gossiping and getting drunk, that's where we're going to take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a few minutes for more really normal times. Just really regular normal times where nothing bad ever happens, even once. We'll see you soon. Bye. And welcome back. We're not going to pick up where we left off. We're actually going to move into a sort of montage of the next couple days between where we left off and the Monarch Ball. There are a couple items of business I would like to see returned to all of you, those of you who have sent your little guys out into the world to do mischief, and by that I mean spy on high-ranking government officials. We're going to start with Jingle Janglin, who we haven't seen in so long. Lark, Jingle Janglin returns to you as soon as he can catch up to you with his teeny tiny little legs, because you tasked him to go to the local mouse bar and get the local mouse gossip. First of all, he lets you know that they're bringing in some really good cheese for the big fancy to-do that's coming up, and he's really fucking excited about that cheese. It's some good shit. He also lets you know that a couple days ago he went to visit his son in his new fancy digs. I wrote the language out here and I needed to translate because it's very funny. And saw something that he doesn't really understand, but it smelled all flowery. And he saw Luca kind of like staring at a bookshelf, not looking like she was there. And then Elise like kind of walked up and seemed like she was talking to somebody, and then sort of helped Luca snap out of this trance. And then they saw him, so he booked it. But he kind of describes this scene to you that you know a little piece of Luca's contact with the dreamer. And then the main information that he brings back to you is that he heard some of the other mice around the estate grounds talking about how there's a lot more people hanging around in the staff areas lately, which makes the usual nooks and crannies harder to access. And they're making the whole area smell kind of like funny and flowery. But the other day, one of them scooped him up and carried him across the room and then gave him a cracker and some milk. And he thought she smelled really nice and like a spring field. So as far as Jangle's concerned, they're fine. And that's the mouse drama from Jingle Janglin that makes its way back to you. Do you have any questions?
Just to clarify that last point, all of the staff now smell weird and flowery?
No, there's just some new people. Like a lot of new people who are hanging around and they smell real flowery.
We did hear about additional guards being hired in preparation for the ball, and I would also not be shocked if there were also additional staff.
Okay.
Which I am putting a pin in for later, personally.
Okay. I'll pass that over to Alia then.
That's like incredible. Do you have any other questions for Jingle Janglin?
I don't think so.
Slay. Just to clarify, is the plan to still ship him and his family over to Dorithia?
Yes.
Amazing. You are able to do that and see them off, and they are on their way. A really big ship with just 4 teeny tiny little mice, and I think that image is very funny. Incredible. We then move on to what I call Mouse Drama 2, the Squeakquel, as we go to Herb. Herb's report from spying on Alexander Canterbury. What he reports back is, so one, he was really nervous. It was kind of hard, but like he kept an eye out, and he didn't seem like Alexander Canterbury hasn't been up to a lot. Like he had a couple of meetings with the king that Herb just could not get into, and he tried really hard, but anytime he got close to the door, his like fur got all tingly and he felt like he couldn't get past it, and so he kind of said, no, I'm just gonna wait outside. But Alexander left that meeting with the king muttering about useless criminals and not being a miracle worker. And then at some point, like later that day, a really tall, fancy frog with a weird accent showed up and gave Alexander some kind of report that made him really mad. And then the frogman was kicked out of the castle, and Herb has not seen the frogman since. And then 2 really old people came in and had a meeting where they sort of just complained to Alexander for like 2 hours about some blog and the damage it was doing to their reputation and how upset they were, and sort of just demanding that Alexander speak with the king about having it shut down because it was just unacceptable. And Alexander didn't really seem to care very much about it, but the old people were really upset about it. And then outside of that, Alexander Canterbury mostly just kind of paced around muttering to himself and was not very nice to the staff. And then at one point saw Herb and tried to kick him, and then Herb left. He didn't succeed in kicking him. And that's Herb's report. Do you have any questions for Herb on his spy report?
No, but I give him a raise.
Oh, slay! Hell yeah, he's very happy about it. Just to clarify, what's a mouse raise? Can we just sort of quantify that real quick from my brain?
Well, he's saving up because he wants to be a piano player.
Sure.
So I'm just gonna give him like an extra 2 gold a week.
Love that. Beautiful. Incredible. Yeah, he's very pleased with that.
Yeah.
And he's very proud of himself for being brave. And Your Honor, I want that on the record. Incredible. hopping back to LARP here as someone who's not a mouse, but sort of has the chaotic energy of one, you might say. Lieutenant Virion reports back from spying on the king for you. Virion, one, is really nervous about talking to you, but is doing their best. This is just not their wheelhouse. That being said, over the last few days, Virion has been keeping an eye on Ambrose and reports to you that Ambrose has been spending more and more time on his own, kind of split between like locking himself away in his study and kind of spending these long evenings in the Hall of Memory. He's also been spending a lot more time privately with Flora lately, and has frustrated a handful of nobles and advisors by blowing off meetings to do so and prioritize kind of spending more time with Flora, specifically like during business hours. He's also been seen several times, like way more than expected, traveling to the Circle of Old Oaks and not returning for several hours at a time. Virion is not able to follow him there discreetly, but like clarifies with the other guards and stuff that many people have seen him going and spending several hours at a time there, and coming back looking exhausted. Otherwise seems fine? Question mark. He's not taking very many meetings outside of the Privy Council, the High Inquisitor, one meeting with the Archdruidess, twice with Alexander Canterbury, and a handful of fittings with the Angelos for the ball. Other than that, he's been kind of quiet, just sort of keeping to himself more than anything. But it's a busy time, you know. He's probably just like doing stuff. And that's Virion's very nervous report. Do you have any questions for Virion?
I just thank him and ask him to like continue doing what he's doing up until, you know, the ball.
Yeah, he
let me know immediately, like if maybe like could he let me know the next time Ambrose goes off to the Circle of the Oaks?
Yeah, absolutely, he could do that. He sort of like nods and says, "I, with the ball upcoming, things are getting a little more chaotic here, but I will do my best to keep an eye out, keep my ear to the ground, and I will be sure to let you know the next time he goes."
Thank you.
I hate to pry. Is everything all right? It just feels like there's a weird feeling in the air these days, and I don't know if it's the tension of the upcoming event, but
I feel it too, and I'm working on it.
All right. If there's anything I can do to assist you, please feel free to call on me. That's what I'm here for.
You.
Of course. And gives you a very formal bow, and we'll step off. We'll check in on the next time he goes to the Circle of Old Oaks in just a moment. Before I kind of open this to what everyone else has been doing, I do just want to note something that I think all of you have, definitely all of you have noticed over the last couple days, which is the weather has begun to shift a little bit, which is not common even a little bit here. All of you would know that the weather, I love watching Diana just sort of say things out loud in not like annoyance, but sort of in a, yeah.
I have to articulate, and just today it's yeah, sure, why not? That too. Go for it.
No, it's really satisfying for me. Each of my players very specific little, yeah, this might as well happen tells. Anyway, so the weather's shifted a little bit, which all of you would know is not something that really happens in the Oaken Court. It is like that perfect place between spring and summer the entire year, except for like 2 to 3 weeks in winter where it snows beautifully and then it goes back. This is not that. It's not like storming. It's not crazy, but like warm sunlight has given way a little more to sort of like hazy clouds, and there's a really, really faint smell of rain carried on the breeze, and it never really gets like fully warm. It like gets that weather where you're like, okay, yeah, I don't need a jacket, and then you get outside and you're like, oh, fuck, I should have brought a jacket or a cardigan or something. It's just like a little bit colder, a little bit more like not rainy, but like rainy, not as warm, not as bright. And a lot of people in the estate are talking about it as like people begin to kind of arrive, but it's like very quickly brushed off by anyone asking. And yeah, what is everyone else doing? Is anyone, I know, assuming there's a fair amount of outfit designing and event coordinating, but yeah, what's everyone up to?
Yeah, there's a lot of outfit designing.
I think
Yeah.
Luca's been scheming with Camille
Hmm.
and has asked Camille to help her like make an outfit for Georgie for the ball because she knows Georgie is not gonna dress up to her own accord.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Camille doesn't sleep. I think Camille works. I think because Faye, they can sleep for like 4 hours, right, and be good.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think she like doesn't do her 8 hours. Except the night before the ball, she does get her 8, but like the next few days, she definitely just does the 4 in her. She got the cot rolled into the workshop, or what is it? What, the studio? Excuse me.
Studio.
The studio. So she can just pop up and just stay there, and she does Alia's outfit, Lark's outfit, Margot's outfit, Tivia's outfit, and then her own outfit. Yeah, and she plays and studies that little guy in the jar, Barry.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Barry's so happy to help you as you make
Yeah.
things.
yeah.
Even if helping you is just sort of like chewing on a pencil,
yeah,
he's so
yeah.
happy to be there.
He's a good guy. He's a good little guy. Yeah,
a good
she
man,
studies that
Savannah.
guy though, and through these next few days.
Absolutely. Are you looking for anything in particular, or are you just kind of trying to figure him out?
Figure out the magic. I think she wants to be like understanding of the magic, especially on the fabric that she used,
Mhm.
so that she knows what it can do. I'm assuming it can just like take form of like things that she interacts with or touches, is from what.
Yeah, so it's specifically Barry himself is sort of like, imagine him as like the magical equivalent of like a lump of clay, where like he can very much become, to a certain extent, like whatever it is that you specifically, but also just sort of like beings around him want him to be. He's very malleable to the whims of others. And also a little bit to himself in the like sentience that he has. But it's very much he like, I think you see him change shape a lot over these couple of days that you're spending with him. Like it's almost like he can't sit still,
Yeah.
or he gets uncomfortable. He has to be something new, change something new. The magic that he's sort of leaving the pattern on this fabric, I think you have the sense it's a very, very, very diluted version of the magic that Barry is made up of. I think you get the sense that you can like, without a check, like change like the color of it, and to an extent the patterns. I think if enough of it is like, if like a lot of time is spent putting it into a smaller section of fabric, I think you get the sense that like with like the proper molding, or with the equivalent of probably like an arcana check or a spellcasting check, you could potentially use it to like turn the fabric into shapes that normally wouldn't be allowed, or into things that like, which just like the physics of magic, it would be difficult. But like for example, if you wanted like the fabric to be like scales instead, you get the sense you could try to do that, or to like take it on as like a texture or property that it isn't.
Cool.
But
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Gina comes in. Gina's sort of like moving between like your parents' sort of studio and their like trying to get everything together for the king and queen, and also you, and is just kind of like assisting where they can.
Yeah. What are you wearing, Gina?
Well, it's like flight fancy, but everyone's gonna do like a birds thing or a butterflies thing.
Right.
So I don't know. I was sort of thinking of doing like a ladybug thing. You know, they have the spots and the little wings.
Ooh,
I don't know. Is that like gauche? Is that bad?
Is it bad? No, I think you look good in red.
See, I think so too. I know that like when people think ladybugs, they don't necessarily think of wings, but they do have them, and they fly around, and they're good luck. And I like to.
You're going to need it. You are. That's good. That sounded like underhanded. No, you're
It
going
sounds like a threat.
No,
yes.
this is a prop up. I did
I
a little thing for you. You'll see when you get to the ball.
Okay, I'm very excited.
No, I'm going to tell you now. I put in a good word. I put in a good word for you, Sam.
Stop, really?
Yeah. With
What did you say? What did you say about me?
I just I said you were cute, and that you might have a crush or something on somebody. So
What?
Somebody. What?
What? I'm sorry. You told the future queen of Everglen, this kingdom that I live in, that I have a crush on. I have to move. I can't go. I have to pack my bags. I have to leave.
What are you talking about? Do you not want to know her reaction to it? Do you want to know her reaction to it before you pack up and go?
It's so like like primary school. It's so like, oh, I like you? Check yes or no. Like that's I'm not a child. I'm a woman. I'm grown. I'm mature.
Exactly. So then
You know.
you can go to the ball and tell her how grown you are.
Well, no, but now she's an opinion of me. Oh, Camille, why
Do
did
you
you
want
out
to
me
know
like
her
this? I thought you
reaction or
loved
no?
me. I thought you loved me, Camille.
I did a great thing, is what I'm telling you. Her reaction to it was good. She's excited to see
It was
you
good. Wait, it was
at
good.
the ball.
Wait, like how good? How good was it? How
Oh,
good?
so now you're interested. Now you're interested.
Of course, I'm interested.
Okay, well, yes. So she
Was it like really good? Like, oh, that's great news because I.
It was
think
like a. It
that
was like a look at me.
she's
Look
charming
At me. Look at me. It was like
Mhm.
a. Oh. It was like that. It was like
Oh.
that. Oh.
Wait,
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
let me see it one more time. Play it back one more time.
Oh.
Okay,
Mm-hmm,
I can work with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I have to make my dress so much tighter than it was. Okay. I can do that.
Exactly. That's exactly
We have
why I was asking you.
14 hours. I can do that.
You could do that. That's
can
a
do that.
simple tailor job.
If
You
I
do
if
it
I
in your
if I
sleep.
bring it in and I put it on, will you sort of like you do the darts much better than
giving
I,
me
and I want
another
to show off
job.
my asset. I want to show off my assets, and you make darts a lot better than you pin the darts a lot better than I do, and it's just this is really important. You know.
It is important, and I want you to look good at the ball. So yes, I'll do it, sure. But you have to give me something in return later. And I owe you.
I will. I don't know. Do you have any like I like do paneling? Do you have any boring paneling I can take off your hands? Anything tedious? Anything?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that. Perfect.
Perfect.
Like goes to work out and comes back and just goes, "You're the best sister ever." Okay.
As are you.
Oh, stop. I know. And walks out to get the dress. Absolutely. And you can very easily tailor it that she's looking good at this ball. Incredible. What's everybody else up to over these next couple days? Anything fun?
Elise is just gonna look up different rules for, like, royalty secession, not as in seceding from
reason.
it, but like
Yeah.
how is it always the oldest child, blah blah blah, because Lark and Ailey are freaking out about if Dreaming comes back, then they won't be first in line. So just looking at that, and I don't necessarily need to like role play the scene, but like that's what Elise is looking into.
Sure. I think
just
you
to
would
see if there's
know.
any precedent.
Absolutely. So a lot of the like rights and rules of succession are theoretical because Ambrose has been king for 1500 years. But or like 1,000, I forget. It's a stupid number. It's too many years. But I think sort of like what you uncover, especially if you're using your key, is the sort of like theoretical thing when if Ambrose eats it in the next 24 hours, what would happen essentially is every eligible heir that was interested in the throne would essentially like go through a series of trials to like prove to the people and to the council of their like ability to lead and their worth. Not like a don't make that it's not the info of Jess, not like in a Bloodsport way, but just like a series of like tests to sort of prove their connection to like the makeup of the land and specifically the monarch's chosen heir, if they have one, comes in with the advantage of like one having the schooling of it and the like for like a better word like on the job training. That's fine. I'll deal with that later. My ear just fell off. It's cool. But also like has one of the like tenets of these trials is like the approval of just like nobility and council, and typically speaking the monarch's chosen heir hypothetically gains that almost automatically. It's sort of again shaky because it hasn't happened in a long time, but essentially it does not have to be the eldest. And like you like if Ambrose ate it tomorrow, like technically any of Ambrose's kids could put their name forward. Technically, because she hasn't been disowned, Rose could. But there is a much, much higher chance that Lark would succeed and be chosen to move forward than anybody else. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think Elise then is just gonna send a quick text to Lark and Aelia and just be like, don't worry about it. Like, I know you were stressed about things happening and no longer being in line with the throne. Just calm down. It's gonna be fine. Just like
I will say,
this is
I
not
do want to
something-
add the situation with Lark. It's not like a total like you wouldn't be like fucked, but like because Astra returning to the plane would sort of like revert, like essentially, like Rose or whoever like wouldn't gain. It's a complicated thing, but
Yes.
Lark would not come in with the same advantage. Essentially, he would come in as if they were just like another one of the children stepping up.
Yes.
So it would not save. So there is still some cause for worry,
Absolutely.
but it
Elise
wouldn't
is
be
like,
an
don't
out.
worry though.
Okay,
Elise
cool.
is
I
like,
wanted to make
okay.
sure that
Yeah, like
fine.
there is definitely like, if this did happen, Lark would still have to compete and not have all those ups, but like it doesn't mean you're out on your asses right away. So calm down, everything's fine. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. This is not something you should be worried about in these days when you're planning a.
Beautiful. Are you doing anything else? You do have a couple days if you want to use your key on anything else. You don't have to, but you can.
I guess then, and this, I don't need the answer for these things right now. I think Elise would just start looking up, just any information she can find on like other higher-ups in the court. So at the party, she like knows if they are, you know, like spied on the Viscount. Who else is up there that like, is there any dirt she can find on them with her archivist key in case of just kind of like contingency plans for
Absolutely.
that? So yeah, I don't need to, know any of that. No. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely. We will say,
the plan.
because you're taking time on that research, that if at the ball you're like trying to pry information out of somebody or you're trying to charm somebody, if you use some of that information that you found, you will have advantage on your rolls to
Amazing.
fuck their life up or do whatever you want to do. Incredible. Absolutely.
Yep, that's all Elise is doing then.
Love that. Is anybody else doing anything? Alia, I'm assuming you're doing just an ungodly amount of coordinating as the person in charge
Oh
of this.
my god, there's just so fucking much. It's similar to. I don't think that Alia gets like her full 8 hours
Sure.
at all. It's kind of wild. I do think though that at some point over the next couple of days, just like thinking back to Laurel and Rose's letters, and also just now that I'm thinking about it, some of Alia's letters are probably in there too, and that makes me mad all over.
100%.
I think that she'll kind of just like take a couple of minutes, like a half hour that she can spare, and go over into the section of the royal wing that was Rose's room with just like a cardboard box, and is looking for just like anything that she thinks that Rose might want for the new baby.
Yeah. Can I clarify? Are you going into? I'm assuming you're going to Rose's adult bedroom and not her childhood bedroom, which is the one that Luca was staying in.
Luca is surely staying in that. I think her. Actually, maybe
She's
her
not
childhood
staying
bedroom.
in it anymore.
Okay.
So,
Then yeah, her
yeah.
childhood bedroom, just kind of like looking for things for the baby, anything to like send to the other girl.
I love
Yeah.
that. Absolutely. If you take some time, you can totally find the childhood bedroom is a little bit less. Rose's adult bedroom is untouched from the last time that they were there. Rose's childhood bedroom is a little bit less so. It's sort of been like one, cleaned because it was super dusty, and two, like some of the stuff has been removed. But if you go to like the closets, you can find like kind of like carefully arranged boxes of the things that were removed in a hurry so that Luca could move in. And you can absolutely find like a couple of like soft plushes and dolls and childhood books to help people help kids learn Sylvan. You can absolutely you can get like a couple little blankets and stuff.
Yeah, I think as she's kind of like very carefully starting to go through things and pack things away, she kind of has a moment of like, oh god, does she even want any of this stuff? And like, will this just be a bad reminder? And how, like, am I about to fuck up? And I don't think that she, like, I think she very rarely calls Rose ever because that's not supposed to be in her call log.
Sure.
But I think that she kind of will just, just pick up her phone and give her a call real quick.
Yeah, you could totally call Rose. That's
Yeah.
my favorite string of words. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it rings for like a second, like to the point where I think you're like, is she gonna pick up?
Yeah.
And then after a
busy.
few minutes, it like, are you FaceTiming, fantasy FaceTiming, or are you just calling?
I think just a call. I
Cool.
think that she does not want Rose to see her face right now because oh my god, she's information. So it's like, yeah,
Sure.
let me just
Yeah. No, that's real. I think you like the phone picks up and you hear like the sound of like material like shuffling for a second before anyone says anything. And then the other line here, hello?
Hello?
Hi. Who's this?
This is Alia. Who's this? Rose, your voice sounds different.
There's like a pause and you hear like a muffled kind of giggle. She goes, yes, it's me. I'm Rose. How can I help you? Auntie Alia.
Well, Rose, I just had a couple of things that I wanted to go over. I needed a little bit of help doing the kingdom's taxes. So if you
Right.
don't mind, I know you totally have a head for numbers. So if you don't mind
Mhm.
just sitting down with me for a bit and, breaking out the calculator, I think that we can make some progress.
Well, mommy doesn't actually know how to do math. That's why they can't help me with my homework. I ask all the time if she can help me with my math homework, and she says yes, and then she sits and she looks at it and she just doesn't know what it is.
Right. Aspen, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I'm
I'm very good.
doing
Is your mother
very
home?
well.
Ah,
Yeah.
wonderful to hear. Could you put your mother on for me, please?
Okay. And you hear like the sort of like a muffle, and then you hear "Mom" in the distance, and a very muffled voice go, yeah. And then after a moment, the phone kind of hello.
Rose, hi.
Oh,
How are
Alia.
you?
Hi. I'm so sorry. I cannot overstate that my daughter just sort of said "Mom" and then handed me the phone and gave me no further context.
I see. That's
Hi. You're right.
hi. How are you?
Just very, very swollen and pregnant, and just doing my best with that. But otherwise, fine.
Right.
How are you?
Right. I'm good. I'm good. Operations are maddening, as always.
I imagine.
But
I don't envy
God,
you.
yeah, it is quite a bit more than I kind of anticipated. But here we are. But I had a quick moment here, and I was going through a couple. I hope you don't mind. I'm going through just a couple of your old
No.
things, and I wanted to just send a few of them along, and I was wondering if there was anything in particular that I should look out for.
Oh, that's so kind. Truthfully, I'm shocked they still have anything. I just sort of assumed it'd all be in the bin by now. Yeah, I mean, I got Lark and Flora to send most of my things at some point, but sorry, which
Right,
room
I was just
are you in?
things for the baby.
Oh, Ailey, that's so thoughtful of you. You didn't have to do that.
I
Thank you.
just had the time, so
I don't know if it's in there, but I used to have this old mobile. It was like stars and moons, and it was made in the Dusk Court. I don't know. It's probably
is it
not.
the one with the little comet and there's like and it does a little
Yes.
like a music?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it still there?
Yes, of course, absolutely. I'll pack it away immediately.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. I assumed it was. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
No,
I think it'll
it all looks like it. I mean, I wasn't here when you were here, but it all looks like
sure.
it's here.
That's creepy, but convenient for the moment, I suppose. Yeah, no, that would be wonderful. I think it would be nice for the baby to have a piece of my mum. Yes, that would be
Yeah.
really nice. Thank you. Hey, actually, while I have you on the phone, can I just ask, is Lark all right? I texted him yesterday and the day before, and I just sort of haven't gotten anything. And I know that sometimes he like accidentally turns his phone off or doesn't charge it, and then it sort of dies for several days. But I just wanted to make sure
There was a bit of a kerfuffle, and his phone did
goodness.
it broke actually, and we haven't gone through the process of getting another one
I
to their
swear-
specifications. So
I swear, if Lark and Tennant would ever sit down and have a normal conversation, they'd realize they have so much in common.
Well, I think that if that conversation could ever happen, then maybe you'd be onto something. But
Maybe someday. A girl can dream.
Maybe.
Oh, that's complete. Is everything all right? It's fine. I'm assuming just sort of.
there's been a lot going on with all the
Really?
last minute preparations and
You have a lot of nobility banging at your door for
pretty much,
appetizers
yes,
and
it is
such.
about to be complete madness for
Right.
several days, the parties and the after parties,
Yeah.
brunches.
Oh, I remember. Well, I hope
Yeah.
it goes well for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a very this might seem just an odd question, and I
It's
hate
all
to
right.
bring up anything that might be
Ayla, I'm a
potentially
mum. I'm sort of immune
un-
to odd questions at this point.
I know, but I don't want to bring up anything that might be painful for you. But
You have my
feeling-
permission, I suppose.
thank you. I don't know if you could go back and change things. If you hadn't left or been, pushed to leave. Just as someone who rather recently left her home for not recently, it's been years now, but I can't help but wonder what it would have been like if I had stayed and fulfilled the duty that I was finding this other purpose that I think I like better, but I don't know.
Well, it's a big question. Not a judgment. I mean, I think fate has a funny way of finding its way to you, whether you like it or not. I mean, I think if you'd asked me this 15 some years ago, my answer would be very different. But I don't know. I think that even if it doesn't feel like it at the time, things work out the way they're meant to. Oh God, it sounds like a fucking greeting card. It's disgusting. But I think that, and I think you hear Rose really kind of take a minute to try to find the words that she's looking for, and then just sort of, I think that if you had stayed, and if I had stayed, we would have had a different life that had its ups and downs and was happy. And I think that the life that we've chosen has its ups and downs. And I mean, I'm happy. I don't want to speak for you. I'd hope you feel the same. But I think that, I don't know. I have to be honest. I mean, do I think about it still sometimes? Absolutely. Do I wonder what my life could have been like if I was queen? Frequently, but I don't know. I think that we are our choices, and the me that could have been queen would not have been me, really, if that makes sense. And that, not a lesser me, not a better me, just different.
Just different.
Did that answer your question?
I think so.
Are you all right? It's just sort of you're rooting through my rooms and lurking in the past and asking questions, and I just, if you ever need a vacation, you're always welcome to come and just sort of get a little bit of rain to wash away all the sunshine.
I appreciate it, and as much as I do that would be refreshing, bracing, I don't really know.
It's definitely that one. Yeah.
I remember last time. I'm fine. I just am trying to wrap my head around a few things, but I do think that you've helped, and
Good.
thank you.
Yeah, and I, as the mother of 3 soon to be 4 beautiful children, I'm really so chock full of wisdom and clever things and
Of
sort
course.
knowledge to impart. So
Of
really,
course.
anytime that you, the future queen, need assistance from me, you could just sort of count me as one of your queenly advisors.
Oh, well, that would certainly raise a few eyebrows, but
That's the praise.
exactly. Actually, speaking of that, I did have a question for your sister on the subject of eyebrows. Is she around?
Which one? I'm assuming not the one that lives with you.
Nadette. Your
Oh, right. Yeah, I can. So, I think, in a way that is so similar to what Aspen has just done, that it's like so funny and ironic in a way that Rose just does not comprehend. You hear the slide of an open window, and Rose sticks her head out the window and goes, "Nadette, you in?"
Oh. Yeah, Nadette's in.
Yeah.
I think there's probably like, hi Fig. Yes, Nadette's here. It's very exciting. I think like Alia can hear another screen door slam, and then this screen door kind of slam, and it like just so much talking so fast. Just you can't quite make it out, but a lot of words are streaming at Rose on the other end of the phone.
Sure. I think you hear Rose like trying to interject every now and then and stopping. And then after a moment, Rose will into the phone just say, so I think I'm gonna hand the phone over now, partially because I
right.
Just the chaos of everything happening. But I love you very much. Please tell Locke that I love them and to call me as soon as he remembers how his holo transmitter works. And pass Tenant's love on, even if he didn't give it to me to pass on. I'm passing it on his behalf. And if you need anything at all that doesn't involve me sort of walking a long distance or standing for an extended period of time, let me know.
Of course. Thank you again for everything. Appreciate it.
And thank you. All right, well, and the phone is handed over to Nadette.
Hello?
Nadette, darling, how long has it been?
Alia, beloved, it's been absolute ages. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Would you like to come to a party and distract from certain rumors by creating others?
Darling, you know that is my favorite thing to do. Tell me more immediately.
Right. Well, have you heard of the Monarch Ball? And we'll kind of...
Incredible. I took a bite of cheese. I thought that was going to take longer. My apologies for talking with my mouth full. Yeah. Luca, what are you up to over the last couple of days? Are you helping Camille with fashion? You doing anything else?
I think she's been a busy bee. I think she's been hanging out with her sisters, but I also think she's been trying to eavesdrop on Ambrose at work. And most importantly, I think what Luca has been doing is hanging up posters around the castle to promote the Monarch Ball with Lark's face on it, obviously, because she has to. But it's a picture that is nice.
Oh wow, what growth!
It's a good one. I think she probably gets Lark's stamp of approval on it beforehand. And these posters say, "Don't drop the ball at the Monarch Ball. Shoot for the stars and land amongst the dance floor." And then the time and the date.
That is so high school homecoming promotional poster in a way that really scratches my brain. Please take a point of GM's version.
Thank you.
That like lit the memory center of my brain up. Incredible. You can absolutely do that. I'm obsessed with that. Some of the royal decorators seem a little confused about what's happening, but like you're a person with power and you're walking with purpose, and so that probably means that this is where that should go. Definitely, for sure. Absolutely. You do your best to eavesdrop on Ambrose. I'm so sorry to tell you, he doesn't take a lot of business in his office in the days leading up to it. He is honestly not in his office very often. Yeah, that's real. He takes like really long lunches, often with Flora. He leaves for long periods of time. He shows up late and leaves early. He's just not in his office much. But yeah, unfortunately, you don't catch a lot coming through. Anything else you would like to do this last couple of days?
No, I think that's it. She's just been her little nosy self.
And honestly, good for her. That's what we love to see. Incredible. Then I think we will move over back where we started to Lark. Lark, it's like a day passes after your update from Furion. And then in the middle of the day, there's a knock at your door.
I answer it.
Virion is standing out there. Just looks like he walked very quickly and is trying not to look out of breath, but just very clearly like was in a hurry. Sorry to intrude, Your Highness. I said I would let you know if I heard that His Majesty had gone to the circle, and he's on his way. So,
Oh, thank you.
of course, I will. I'm supposed to be watching the. Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna.
fine, no worries.
You need anything? Let me know.
Of course.
Very quickly strides off back to where he was meant to be. Lark, tell me what's the plan. Hit me with
Lark
it.
grabs like his jacket and knocks on the door opposite his to Tavia's room.
Tavia. Yeah, I think there's like a 5 minute, not 5 minutes. There's like a couple minutes that pass, and then the
keep
door
knocking.
opens.
Just keep knocking.
It's a little bit less time now until the door opens, and Tavia opens it very slowly and leans in the doorway and goes,
We have to go.
"Hi." Okay.
go.
Yep. And just sort of like looks at you, blinks, not in a hostile way, but just in a like, all right. And Will kind of like put he's like taking his sword off because he's, just hanging out, like puts it back in the sheath very quickly and strides after you.
I just start walking out of the castle.
Yeah, I think Tavia kind of catches up with you after like a moment of silence. Just so, are we making a break for it?
Yes, we're running away together. You have your ship
Oh!
prepared, right?
Cool. Yeah, no, I've got it. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. See, I just sort of assumed you were gonna go meet up with your farm guy and just maybe like run. And
I'm not. He's just a friend.
Oh, yeah. But we've all had those friends. Mm-hmm.
No, really, he is.
Oh yeah.
Okay, fine. I don't. We're going to, follow my father into the woods. So much less exciting.
Much less exciting than you and I running away together. Yeah. But I guess I can clear time in my schedule.
Well, I have to bring you.
No,
Sorry,
yeah.
that sounded because of the. So
Mm-hmm.
you're welcome.
Yeah.
I won't lie to you. I probably wouldn't have invited you if we weren't attached metaphorically by
that's fair.
2 pieces of jewelry. But here we are.
That's cool. I can hide if you want. Like let the duration.
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to take you with. I don't think that would help.
No, I would agree. No, I'll just
So if you wouldn't
I'll
mind hiding,
hop up
that
in
would
a
be-
tree and I'll just think about you and I running away together and I'll start making those for that. So you could just kind of let me know when you're ready since we're postponing that.
Yep. I'll put a pin in it.
Put a pit in it?
A pin. It's
Pin.
when you like save something for later. It's like it's meant to like, imply when you like put something on a chalkboard or like not a chalkboard, I guess like a
What's
like a cork
Where's
board.
the pin come in? Oh.
So you put a pin on like the piece of like paper that you're like saving for later. That's
Okay. That doesn't
ever
make any
owned
sense to me,
a
but
cork
I
board?
believe you.
No. Okay.
I'm gonna be so real with you. The only cork I know is the one that comes in the wine bottle that I.
Would you
bought.
like one?
A cork?
No, a board.
So I can put a pin in it?
No, I have 3. They're very useful for kind of organizing
3?
one's thoughts.
How many pins are you putting in?
It depends on how many pieces of paper I have. I have like a set of pins that are kind of color coded, and I kind of use them depending on what I'm pinning.
Pirate Kings are not that organized, but I really respect that.
Well, you could make waves in the industry, maybe. Make waves.
No, it was a good one. It was good. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll think about it in the tree that I'm gonna climb into.
It teach you like cackling.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Go have a conversation with your. I won't be listening. Activia just like splits off and like scampers up into a tree.
Oh, you
And he's gone.
actually mean climb to. Okay.
There's no response. And you take a few more steps, and I think you see what Tavia clocked, which is Ambrose, like not right in front of you, but like maybe 20 feet in front of you, walking down the path towards the circle of old oaks.
Okay. Oh, are we like right by the circle at this point?
It's taken you a little bit to catch up with him. You
Yeah.
are approaching like the druid circle, and then we'll be on your way to the circle.
Okay, I did want to kind of like hang back until because I wanted to see
Oh,
what
that's
he
fine.
was doing there.
Oh
So
yeah,
I
yeah. He
might wait
seems like
a
he's
little.
walking in the direction of the druid circle.
Okay, I will follow him.
In that case, Tivia will not go up to a tree. Tivia will just sort of lurk in the woods so he can walk
Okay.
around. Yeah. Make me a stealth check if you don't mind.
That's a 10.
Oh boy. Well, I rolled bad, so that's exciting. Yeah, you know, that's not one number 4 this game, Your Honor. I don't know what's happening, but it's working out for you guys, and that's just life for me. I'm saving them for next episode. Don't worry. Yeah. So you also Tivia just vanishes. You get a 10, and I think that you like. There's a couple instances where you like step on a twig and it snaps, and you go, "Oh God, this is it. This is." And he doesn't turn, and he, I think, has a stance that you have seen before when he is really, really deep in thought. And I think even like as you get kind of closer to the druid circle, you see that Ambrose like doesn't seem to follow the path into the circle. He almost seems to follow a path that is less like clearly marked, but that he seems to know by heart, that kind of skims around the outside of it as if he knows a separate path to the ritual circle. And yeah, he does not seem to notice you or Tabia as you're walking.
Okay.
Are you doing
What the hell's
anything
he
on the wall?
doing?
Huh?
No, I'm just trying to see what he's up to.
Slay, yeah. I will just describe where he's going and what he's doing, and when you want to do something, you let me know. So he kind of skirts around the outside of this druid circle, and you can see sort of like the outside structure of the circle and like these buildings built into like, you know, tree trunks and wooden structures and these sort of like wooden fences. And he just sort of like effortlessly coasts on the outside of it. And you can hear like the sounds of life coming from inside, like the laughter of children and the, you know, shouting of like the happy shouting of people as they also prepare for their own festivities. And he doesn't really seem to like, the warmth of the circle does not seem to reach him or really like make him take any kind of notice as he just sort of walks along this path until eventually he reaches the circle of old oak, the actual circle of old oaks. And I think you see he kind of steps into the circle with a lot more familiarity than you and the others did just the other day. You get the sense this is a place he's been enough to be able to traverse it with his eyes closed. And he kind of like takes a moment and he like puts a palm on a couple of the trees, not Astros, just a few of the others. And, like takes a moment and you see he like almost seems to like pause in the quiet and like look up at the rustling of the trees in this sort of like almost stormy, windy breeze. And then eventually he kind of kneels in front of this altar and he very carefully lights the candles and he seems to say something like very quietly. And as he kind of bows his head, I think you feel the energy in the air. How close are you? Actually, that's a good question to ask first.
As close as I can get without like making myself known to him.
Was
Also,
it 10?
am I
Yeah.
able to read his lips?
You do have the observant feat, don't you? I forgot about that. Uh-oh. That's fine. Not uh-oh. But so I think with a 10, I think the closest you feel comfortable getting is like the outskirts of 30 feet. I think you fear that if you get closer, he'll notice you. But I think what you notice is the words that he says are like a very common like prayer. You would know like the people of Everglen worship the elements more than they do like the gods as we know them in the Expanse. And I think he says like just sort of a very like general, if a bit formal, kind of like prayer and acknowledgement to the different elements that make up the magic of Everglen. And then he bows his head and his like mouth continues moving, and I think he begins like an incantation that you are not familiar with. But it like kind of one by one calls on each of the pieces of Everglen magic. Like he calls on each of the elements. He calls on like the magic of like the ancestors who watch him. Like he very kind of pointedly calls on each bit of magic that makes up the fabric of this world and of his power. Within 30 feet, I think you feel as he like a minute or two into this, you feel like the air around you almost crackle a little bit, like the hairs on your arm stand up, and I think that something, the part of you that is the blood of the ancient fae that beats with Ambrose's blood, like responds, and it's hard to explain. It feels like something in you like wakes up or stirs a little bit, and as Ambrose like continues this incantation, you feel as like it's a repeating kind of incantation. And as he continues this in Sylvan, you realize that he is calling on each of the magics to strengthen. And I think we maybe actually I'm gonna say either an Arcana check or a Wisdom check with proficiency.
That's a nat 1.
Oof. Yeah. Do you have any GM inspiration?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Everybody did get inspiration for looking hot today.
Okay, that's better. That's 13 plus 10, so 23.
23. I think what you piece together, especially if you are sitting here for like a couple of repeats of this incantation that takes like maybe 5 minutes each, I think what you kind of put together is, you know, the Archfey of Everglen, like the Archfey, is connected to the magic of the land in a way that nobody else is. And I think what you realize is Ambrose is essentially pouring his strength and his like youth and vitality into the magic of Everglen in an attempt to strengthen the defenses and magic of the world in hopes to make it less susceptible to like tampering. And I think that you, because a 23 is a good roll, I think that you also pick up on a line that he says, and it's in a very like, this specific verse is in a very like ancient Sylvan that I think is not quite what you are used to hearing. So I think it takes you like several rounds of this to process, but I think what you realize based on like the phrasing that Ambrose is using is that he is also attempting to channel a lot of this magic into the gate between this world and the dreaming, and is just like putting as much of himself as possible and his power and his vitality and the bloodline of the ancient kings that you are a part of into strengthening the magic of this world, even at the cost of himself. And I think as he like the I don't know how long you're staying here, but the longer that you stay here, you begin to see the toll that it takes on Ambrose. You begin to see like this sort of like purplish stain of bags under his eyes, and like the way that breathing takes like a little bit of a heavier toll on him. Yeah. And he just continues to do this over and over and over again. And you feel the magic around you, and even like kind of the pool of magic that is available to you, like strengthen and grow like less malleable, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you staying here until he's done?
Yeah.
He is here for about 2 hours.
Oh, shit.
He does this for a long... He does this, depending on how... If you stay the full 2 hours, you see he does this until he physically cannot do it anymore.
I don't think Locke will, like... I think after probably, like, 25 minutes of this, I think if Locke can see it kind of, like Ambrose isn't stopping anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think Locke will, like, step into the circle and, like, make himself known.
Yeah, I think you get within about 15 feet, and Ambrose's, like, incantation pauses. And he doesn't open his eyes for a moment. He's, like, still you can see, like, caught somewhere in between, like, the ritual that he's doing and the awareness that somebody is there. And I think after a moment, he just very quietly says, "Is there something I can do for you, Lark?"
I think Locke will, like, step up beside him and, like, druidcraft, like, a little kind of, like, bundle of, like, wildflowers and put his own offering on the altar and do his own kind of, like, simple kind of, like, mimic his father, like, a prayer to the elements.
Mm-hmm.
and then kind of like take another couple steps back again.
Yeah, you make this offering and you feel one when you step into this circle, that like crackling that you felt doubles. Like you feel like your magic feels almost electric, with how like strong it is in this circle, and how just like in tune to it you feel here. And I think when you make your offering, you almost feel as if like all of the like kings and queens and monarchs and ancient fae who came before you see it and approve. It's an odd feeling that's hard to put into words. I think it's like a warming of the magic within you and a feeling of being watched in a very non-threatening way. And I think Ambrose watches you do this, and then we'll just sort of like look up at you with these like kind of haggard eyes. Not disapprovingly. Like there is an appreciation in them that I think is not the most common for you. And he doesn't speak. He just waits for you to. Yeah.
Suppose I just have been wondering what you've been doing.
Now or in general?
The last number of days. I've heard you've been missing out on meetings. You've not been in your study as much.
Right. The lieutenant has been more present than usual. I assume that's your curiosity?
My worry? I wouldn't call it curiosity. It's not so juvenile as that.
I think you say worry and something that's almost surprise kind of like flits in his eyes, and it's snuffed out like the moment it's there. And he kind of like sits up a little more and just we all have our arrangements to make ahead of the Monarch Ball. I am making mine the way I know how, I suppose. And your mother has been worried for me as well. I've been trying to spend more time with them. Not that it is any burden to do so.
It's some pretty large arrangements. I think he kind of like looks around at the treetops and kind of like indicating to like the crazy amount of magic around them.
Yeah. I think he like follows your eye line and looks up too. And there is like he looks at it and there is a mixture of like, there's something kind of bittersweet on his face as he looks at it. And then he like very pointedly kind of draws his eyes away from it back to you. Well, as you know, as king, our matters are very large. Our actions should follow. And I think it doesn't strike you as like chastising the way that such a statement normally would. There is a softness about Ambrose right now that is really unfamiliar to you.
That's fair.
Any other worries I can maybe not quell, but at least address?
I don't know.
All right. And are you all right? In a busy few weeks? And it will continue to be a busy few weeks?
You know, just making my own preparations for the ball.
See,
Ailey's been very busy.
I've heard of her many good efforts. I suspect it will be a wonderful event.
I hope so.
Lark, I want to apologize for my behavior in the hall the other day. It was not becoming of a king or a father.
I think Lark like stares and like blinks. Sorry?
It's not something you should have seen. It's unfortunate that you did.
It just like throws them completely. Yeah. They just kind of like stare a little bit gormlessly at this man who's never apologized a day in his life.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think when you see okay, like, he looks like satisfied enough as if you'd said, like, hey, no worries. Like, you don't get the sense that he was expecting more than that, but just sort of gives, like, a little bit of a nod and, like, ducks his head a little and just... Right, well, was there anything I can assist you with in your preparations, or... My plans are mostly this, so if there's something you need...
No.
Right. Well, I should, continue to strengthen defenses.
I think, like, Arrows can probably tell that, like, Locke is, like, playing with something and wants to say something, but, like, doesn't know the verbiage, or, like, doesn't know how to get it out.
I think that after a moment of kind of seeing this, Ambrose sort of, like, looks at you and just sort of, like, very matter-of-factly says, you could join me if you'd like to. That's not an order. You don't have to, but...
Alright.
And he sort of, like, gives you, like, a nod and shifts slightly in front of this altar to, like, accommodate a space for you next to him. And I think that you can tell, like, there isn't an expectation necessarily to help him. It's more so a, like, making space for you to linger here if that's something you would like to do. And I think you see it is as unfamiliar for him to do as it probably feels for you. Ambrose is not someone who very often creates space for other people, and I think doing so, there is a kind of, like, vulnerability is a strong word, but there is an uncertainty to his movements as he, like,
Uncharted
moves.
territory.
No, literally, yeah.
Yeah, I think Locke, like, responds in turn of, like how, you know, when you foster a dog and they, like, come close to you for the first time, it's like, I don't know what to do here, but I'm just gonna go with it, even if it's maybe not the right thing to do.
Yeah.
So I think he, like, takes a knee and then, like, fully settles down, like, onto his knees, like, beside him.
I think that Ambrose, like, kind of turns to face the altar again and, like, starts to speak and then pauses and doesn't look at you, still kind of, like, keeps his head bowed, staring at the altar, and just very quietly says, if you decide to say whatever it is that you are toying with, let me know. I'll stop. And then just sort of begins this incantation again, very softly.
Can Locke, having, like, observed Ambrose for, like, half an hour at this point, can Locke try and mimic what Ambrose is doing? But obviously, like, they don't have a connection to, like, the gate.
Sure. You do have, as the heir, you do have a small connection to the same, like, pool of magic that Ambrose does, and that pool of magic is connected to the gate. So, like, yeah.
I don't think, like, Locke is, like, I think basically Locke wants to do the same thing as Ambrose, but instead of, like, reinforcing, like, that connection to the gate and that sort of magic, I think they're, like, putting it back into, like, the land.
Yeah, absolutely, you can do that. And I think that, like, without even a check, it's easy enough if you would like to feign it as not understanding this dialect of Ancient Sylvan that he's using for that verse. It is very easy to do so. Because it's, like, traditional Sylvan that you can speak, and then very ancient dialect for that verse, and then it continues. So, like, it would not be inconceivable that you are filling that space with what you think should go there or just what you want to go there very easily. And, yeah, would you... I want to make you make some kind of check about it, but I don't know what kind of check. Let me look at my sheet of skills here. maybe just make me like a flat wisdom check with. We'll give you expertise for this.
Is that double proficiency?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a 25.
25? Yeah, you absolutely feel it's almost, you are not unfamiliar with the feeling of like your shape changing. And this is not, there's something similar about this in that you feel like that part of you that is ancient fae almost grows roots and continues into the ground. And as you sort of recite this, you are suddenly very aware of like each creature in the forest around you. You can feel like Tavia's presence. You can feel the roots of all of the trees and their ages, and this sort of like the way that the air rustles through their leaves. You are so in tune with the land around you as you give pieces of your magic to it. I will let you know the longer that you do this, you do risk a point of exhaustion. If you'd like to bring yourself to that point, I would say you're very in tune and aware to do that. This is also the day before, so you can sleep it off if you'd like to.
Yeah, I
But
think
yeah.
that will.
Absolutely. You can just sort of pour your magic. This is kind of the equivalent of like not resting and marking off all of your spell slots for the day. Like you are pouring the essence of yourself into this. And I think because of this connection that you have, you can feel a bit of the massive amount of energy that Ambrose is pouring in. Like, I think when you become aware of it, it almost shocks you that he is sitting upright with the amount of magic that is like pouring. Because because it is in tune with all of these pieces, you feel it like thrumming in the land like a vibration almost, with just the pure amount of magic that like goes into the soil and then continues. He is not pulling magic from the land, he is pulling it from himself, and it's passing through to the gate, essentially. It is a massive amount of magic. And yeah, you can sit here beside your father, doing a ritual that you didn't know existed until now. The two of you giving every piece of yourself to this land and this kingdom and this world around you in this really peaceful moment. Do you think Lark ever finds the words for what he wants to say to Ambrose?
No.
That's okay. Then I think that's where we're going to end our session today. Thank you so much for joining us for Tales from the Archives Reverie. We'll be back in 2 weeks for the ball episode, baby, and I am so fucking excited about it. Also, be sure to tune in a week from today for the next episode of Divinians. And until then, sleep well. Sweet dreams. See you later.